back, Elaine and Lynn. Very nice to see you again. Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at our lesson for today. Bit of teaching to do first. Look at our email quote, and then teaching in the email or text message, and then that'll take us nicely into our lesson. So I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay, so okay, so when you can see the screen, I'll make that a bit bigger for you. I think there we go. So yeah, Lynn, if you can read that quote for us, which is actually a parable today. This is the famous parable of the prodigal son.
Can you make that a bit bigger for me, Jono, please? Sorry.
Yeah, we can do our best. So there we go. Is that big enough, or still bigger?
That's all right, I can lean forward. That's better. Okay. But while he was still a long way off, his father saw him and was filled with compassion for him. He ran to his son, threw his arms around him and kissed him. The son said to him, "Father, I have sinned against heaven and against you. I am no longer worthy to be called your son." But the father said to his servants, "Quick, bring the best robe and put it on him. Put a ring on his finger and sandals on his feet. Let's have a feast and celebrate. For this son of mine was dead and is alive again. He was lost and is found."
Yeah. So do you know the whole parable?
No, not at all.
Oh. So the story was that the son, who was the youngest son, took his inheritance. He said, I want to go off and have some adventures. So can I take my inheritance now? Father was like, okay, if that's what you want to do. So he gave him his inheritance, and he went off to another country and squandered it. Loose living and so on. And in the end, ended up in poverty. And he was sleeping with the pigs, feeding the pigs, and some very menial job. And then came to his senses and went, "What am I doing? Like, I'm sleeping with the pigs. My father's got a nice house, and I'm suffering and struggling here." And obviously felt quite guilty and beat himself up, and said, "Well, I'll go back and I'll ask him to take me back as a servant, because even his servants look better than this." His father was a kind man, so he makes the journey back home, and expecting to be told off by his father. But his father says, this: "Father, I've sinned against heaven, against you. I'm no longer worthy to be called your son." That's what we think, isn't it? That's
Yeah. When we feel guilty.
It's a parable designed to illustrate, how most people's minds work. I've sinned. I'm no longer worthy to be called your son. I'm guilty. And the Father, who represents the source, pure formless awareness of perfect love, says, no, that's not the case. Because I'm just very pleased to have you back. There's no judgment, there's no guilt, there's no condemnation. I don't believe in sin. Actually, it's all fine. And let's celebrate. Let's
give him love.
Feast. Yes, unconditional love. It's a great parable. It really illustrates the point of unconditional love. A non-judgmental love. It doesn't say, "Oh, you messed up. You did this, you did this, therefore I no longer love you. That's the ego's conditional love. Unconditional love says, okay, you're back, you've also learned some lessons, and I love you anyway. And so, the parable demonstrates the unconditional love of the source for us. It doesn't matter what you think you've done and how badly you think you've messed up. That unconditional loving awareness is still there, just waiting for you to return to it. That's what the story is. A brilliant parable. I mean, Yeshua was a master at communicating these principles through stories. That's why he told the parables. Because in the story, you can then understand these principles much more easily than if he just said, okay, well, now I'm going to tell you, about the spiritual principles involved. And remember, he's talking to an audience that didn't necessarily understand those spiritual principles, but they did understand, a story that's like, yeah, okay, we understand families, we understand, okay, this resonates with us. We can understand this. May have happened to some people in his audience, similar situation. And so, then he tells the parable and doesn't actually interpret it for people. He doesn't go, okay, well, now I'm going to, necessarily tell you the meaning of the parable. If he was asked, so people would sometimes ask him and then he would explain it. But he left it up to people to learn for themselves. Okay, well, what do you think the parable means? Because in that there's more learning than if someone interprets it for you.
Yeah.
And that's what made him such a great teacher, as he taught in stories and in parables that were, people could learn from. And they've come down to us through the ages. These parables are still well known. The parable of the prodigal son is one of the best known parables, which illustrates this, this dynamic of, yes, I think I've sinned, I've departed, I've taken my inheritance and I've squandered it, living in the world, and I've messed up, and now I feel guilty for that. And the unconditionally loving awareness that is our source says it never happened, so there's no guilt. So the moment you decide to return to it, it just welcomes you back and says, okay, well, great. So welcome back.
I've heard of the prodigal son, but I didn't know that was the story.
Yeah, that's the story. So it demonstrates this principle of unconditional love. That's what the story is about, to demonstrate that. So Yeshua, through the story, was trying to teach his audience what unconditional love really meant. It is unconditional, and there's no reference to the past. There's no reference to your parents' sins. It's all just forgiven and let go of.
And teaching people not to feel guilty. No.
Yeah, teaching people to let go of their guilt and their sin. In fact, when he healed, if you've watched The Chosen, you watched any of The Chosen?
Yeah.
Whenever he does his miracles, he says, and your sins are forgiven you.
I've watched it 3 times, all 3 seasons.
All 3 seasons, 3 times.
I just love it. It's amazing.
Oh.
Amazing to watch.
Because it's illustrating these truths which you've been studying. It's like
it's love. I can see so much of the course all the way through. But it is literally over and over. It's showing that's, I think, because my heart fills up when I watch it, because it's that love you feel from him. Such a good actor, the guy playing Jesus. All of them are brilliant actors, but just giving all the people he gives that unconditional love to. It's joy to watch, isn't it? It's just amazing.
And that's what made him stand out. And that's why his legacy lives on 2,000 years later, is he actually lived in the state of unconditional love, and he gave it all the time. For the 3 years of his ministry, he was living in a state of unconditional love, and he was radiating that out to everyone he came across. And it built up a really powerful field of that unconditional love, which was then powerful enough to sustain after his death, or after his resurrection, so we say, because he didn't really die, after he left, and create the world's biggest religion, You know, that energy field was so powerful that it sustained over 2,000 years. So, you know, he's an amazing teacher, and we're very lucky to have his direct teachings. You know, the course is his direct teachings in the form of a course that's saying, right, here's what you need to do. You want to reach the same level as me and really wake up? Well, here, I've written a course for you. You know, study it, practice it. I've made it easy for you because you don't have to figure that all out yourself. You just have to do what I tell you to do. You know, it gives us the lessons. It's saying you don't have to figure out the design of the course yourself. I've done that. Just practice it, and if you do the lessons, you will be learning the curriculum. By practicing the lessons, you start learning this curriculum of letting go. She's teaching us, or forgiveness. So today's quote is the second part of. I'll just take that down a little bit. Second part of one of the best known parables Yeshua told in his time as a teacher on earth, probably because it's a story about the human condition that resonates with every person. You know, we've all felt like we've messed up. We felt sinful, guilty, and unworthy at times in our life, and perhaps for our entire lives. Some people go through that, you know, experience all the time. And we're all looking for unconditional love to save us from this miserable state of mind. That's the universal human need, is unconditional love. It's what everyone wants, and yet we block it and we deny it. You know, we already want it, but actually we deny ourselves and others it, because it you know, unconditional love undoes our separate identity, and so we have this split mind, and the ego doesn't want that. So then we push unconditional love away. But this love doesn't come from a human source. It's the Father in the story is really a symbol for our Heavenly Father, when also letting go language, our source. So the parable teaches us the simple truth that the source never abandoned or rejected us. Rather, we decided to abandon it, go our own way, and squander the abundance of love, peace, and joy that it gave us. So there's no condemnation coming from the Father or the source. It's entirely our own. It's in our own mind, all of it. You know, we have believed that we're separate from our source. We believe that we have abandoned it. So then we project that back onto God, and we say He's abandoned us. That's how it works. But it's all our own mistake. But fortunately, as the parable clearly teaches, this is merely a mistake on our part, and our source has no desire to punish us for our mistake, but only wants to welcome us back into its loving arms, which means that we become aware again of the unconditional love that it offers us, and accept it. It's as simple as that. Can you accept it? Now, the struggle of the prodigal son is, first of all, to humble himself and go, well, okay, I'm going to go back, you know, in a sorry state, and admit that I was wrong. So you have to humble yourself and admit you were wrong. And then the second struggle is to accept the love, the unconditional love, because you don't feel like you deserve it. What? You still love me, but I don't deserve it. You know, this is the problem. We don't think we deserve it, because the idea of sin and guilt has such a hold in our mind. But with, you know, mind training, correction, you can go, no, I mean, of course, I'm still the extension. Today's lesson is all about I'm still the extension of perfect love. You know, I claim it. I still am that, because I never have not been that. It's not possible for me not to be that. You know, the idea that I'm not that is a delusion. That's, you know, that's the essence of all illusions, is that idea that I'm not the extension of perfect love. I'm not what I really am. That's the source of the illusion. If you believe that, then, you know, you create a world of illusion to support that false belief, which is what we've done and what we think we've done. But yet that unconditionally loving awareness is still there, still just waiting for us to accept it. So we must choose to return home, and then be willing to embrace the source. Right? So there's a two-step process there. Okay, I choose to return, which means that I'm going to depart from my old ways. right? The prodigal ways of the prodigal son he had to go, no, I'm not doing that anymore, because look at where it's brought me. So the decision to return home, and then the acceptance of this unconditional love, which your sin and your guilt will deny, will block that. But it can't give you this. The source can't give you this unconditional love unless you're willing to accept it. Can't force it upon you. So it comes down to, well, am I ready to accept that I'm unconditionally loved, or do I deny it? Do I still believe in sin and guilt? And if you can accept it, then it will give you the support, comfort, guidance, and the peace you yearn for, because it all comes from that source of love. And you'll never find it by seeking outside yourself in the world, as the parable clearly teaches us. Saying, so, the prodigal son thought that he would find something in the world. He's going to go out, he's going to leave his father's home, he's got his inheritance, and he's going to go for it, and he's going to find happiness, and he doesn't. In fact, he finds misery and pain and suffering and despair. So, again, powerful lesson there. You won't find it in the world. You find it at home. You'll find it in your true home. That's where you'll find it, with your true father being your source. So it's really, and just another story. The parable of the prodigal son is really another story of the hero's journey. No doubt Joseph Campbell would have studied it and gone, yeah, that's just another version of the hero's journey. Departure from the familiar world. So the son leaves, says, I'm going to go to another place, a far off country with my inheritance. So they leave their familiar environment. Then they have initiation, adventure. It's also been called, there's different names for it, but that stage is, okay, now he's away from home, he's in the unknown world, and he's exploring and he's adventuring, and guess what, doesn't go so well. So he has some serious tests. He then goes into the abyss. The dark nights of the soul would have been, what have I done? How can I have done this? I've really messed up. I'd be better off as a servant of my father, because I'm not worthy to be a son anymore. So he goes through a whole, mental, emotional process, which is not difficult, which is not easy, very difficult. And then a decision to return home. So that's the beginning of the transformation. Okay, I'm going to return home. Comes back, and the parable symbolizes the unconditional love of the father is the at-one-ment. It's like, okay, well, you come back and you're welcome back. You're still at one with your father. You're still your father's son, and everything's restored. And then there's the return back into that same known world, which is what the prodigal son does. But now having had a profound experience and being much wiser for that, and being able to bring some of those those gifts, some of that learning back to the known world. Having been through that experience, you would then be able to teach from his experience and say, well, don't go there, don't depart from your home, because this is where true love and happiness lie. And I've learned that the hard way. So departure, initiation, trials, tribulations, going through the abyss, the lowest point, and then the return journey. And that's those are the aspects of the three main elements of the hero's journey, which you can see clearly in the prodigal son parable. Return to an awareness of our true self as love and the known world. We're left with this new self-knowledge, which the hero then feels inspired to share, often becoming a mentor or guide to others on their hero's journeys. So as you journey this, you can help others to do that. You can be a teacher by example to others. So, Lynn, maybe you can share this experience with others. Maybe you could set up a website that teaches people how to do this. How do you start your own photography business? These are all the return part of the journey. Okay, I've been through this profound experience, I return, and then, how can I be truly helpful now, using my experience to help others on their hero's journeys. And that's universally the call. Is, well, how can I help now? Having gone through this at-one-ment experience, the mind is truly helpful. It just wants to help others. So it wants to give back. It's all about service, helping others, not what's in it for me, but, how can I give back from the source, this depth of wisdom and well-being that I've now attained through my experience. I now have a lot to give because of that. So that's an important part of the hero's journey, the return, and how are you then going to go back into the known world and integrate back into that in a very functional way, a much higher state than you were when you left. So think about whatever it was 2-3 years ago when you left your job.
Yeah.
Very different. You were a very different person. You go through the experience, you go out of the known world, the job and care home you said you were in, and then you have various trials, tribulations, challenges, but they're mentors and they're guides. There's helpers along the way. Lots of them. We went to Sally's, perfect place to go.
I was already at Sally's. I went through all of that. I've been at Sally's about 7 years now.
Yeah. So you had mentors and helpers and guides along the way to help you.
Yeah.
Through it. You're never alone. And here you are with more mentorship and help. So you start looking at your hero's journey. You go, wow, that's an incredible journey. I'm very grateful for all of the experiences on it, including the rough time.
Yeah,
because I wouldn't have learned if you don't have the rough times, the difficult times. You don't learn. If it's all smooth sailing, the hero doesn't learn any lessons. So, and it's a boring story. You watch these movies and plays, and there's always some drama. There's always a test and a challenge, because that makes for an interesting story, and that's how the hero learns who they really are. At the end of it, you understand much more than you did before the journey, who you really are. That's the whole point of the journey. So T.S. Eliot said it well. He said, we shall go out and we should venture and explore, and the end of all our exploring will be to return to the same place and know the place for the first time. He was talking about
the different, and you see it differently.
You now know the place for the first time, because you actually know who you are. Before, you didn't know who you were. Know thyself.
Yeah.
Okay, so nice precursor to a little bit of spiritual practice. So we're going to do a little meditation on this, and then maybe I'll just lead you straight into the lesson. We'll do meditation on that, and then we'll read the lesson after it. How does that sound?
Yeah, great.
All right.
Good. Can I have a 2-minute break? Quick.
Yeah, sure.
Just to go to the loo.
2-minute break. All right, we'll wait. I'll have one as well. Elaine, 2-minute break.
Yeah, that's good.
See you shortly. All right. Just pause that recording. Need to start it again. Okay. All right. Okay. Elaine, are you there?
Yep,
Elaine's
I'm back. I'm
muted.
just doing a couple of chores there. Yeah.
Okay. So let's go into the meditation. I'll just take you straight from that into the meditation lesson, shall we?
Okay.
Level up on it. So start the recording. Make sure we've got the right audio set up. Recording device, great. Okay. Okay, so just making yourself comfortable into your favorite meditation posture. Be sitting, just sit feet shoulder width apart, back straight. Cup your hands in your lap or have your hands, palms facing outwards on your thighs. Start off with a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in. Noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. What is at the top of that inhale? Scan your mind. And just ask yourself if you feel at all sinful, feel any guilt, unworthiness, for any reason whatsoever. And if you notice any of those thoughts, emotions, just breathe into them. So top yourself up with air. Briefly consider the reasons why you feel that way. Maybe you think you messed up, made a mistake, but it's a catastrophic one. Maybe you feel like you never get things right. Maybe parents, teachers told you that you were no good, you're not good enough, you could never make it. So just look at all this, breathe in again. As you consider all of that negativity, that's all it is. And then remind yourself that you're a source, which is pure formless awareness of perfect love. Breathe that in. Have a sense of breathing in this awareness, a deeper awareness, a higher awareness, transcendent awareness. Feels calming, peaceful, happy. And so in that awareness, you understand, maybe you get a glimpse of the truth that it's not even aware of these delusions. It's pure formless awareness of perfect love. How can it even have an awareness of delusions, of pain and suffering, and sickness and death and anything else the ego's made up? All it wants to do is to love you. And so you exhale, release, and just blow all of those thoughts and emotions away. So letting them go, understanding that they are not real, they are all false. and therefore you're free of them. And delusions of your own making have nothing whatsoever to do with your true awareness, pure formless awareness, or perfect love, we call it. Doesn't know about any of these illusions, just is. It is awareness itself. So listen now to these words from today's lesson and the introduction, or the insert as I call it, to the lesson. It answers the question, what is salvation? So just get into a nice, deep, slow, rhythmical pattern of the breath. You listen to me. I'm going to breathe in as I speak, and I pause, and you're going to exhale out through your nose, and as you do that, you speak, and you say these as affirmations of truth. So maybe you speak something, you make it manifest, you make it more real, becomes more powerful. Say prayer. So this is a prayer for awakening, salvation. So breathing in, nice deep breath in through the nose. Notice how the stomach expands, little chest rises. If you like, you can put one hand in your heart center just to really drop your attention into your heart, feel into that heart space as you listen to these powerful words from Yesha in answer to the question, what is salvation? It says awakening or salvation, translated as awakening in our terms of language, is a promise made by God, or pure formless awareness of perfect love, that I would find my way to it at last. So speak those words now as you exhale out through your nose. Awakening is a promise made by pure formless awareness of perfect love, that I would find my way to it at last. It can only be kept. It guarantees that time will end, and all the thoughts that have been born in time will end as well. So exhale, you repeat those words, bringing an end to the dream. Breathing in again, deep full inhale breath. The perfect love's message is given to every mind. It thinks that it is separate thoughts. And we'll replace these thoughts of conflict with the thought of peace. And repeat those words. Perfect love's message is given to every mind, which thinks it is separate thoughts, and we'll replace those thoughts, these thoughts of conflict, with thought of peace. So exhale and sink into that peace. Just feel into this peaceful presence for a while, a few moments. Breathing in again. And the thought of peace was given to perfect love's extension the moment that its mind had thought of war. So we thought of conflict and war, attack thoughts, but actually the thought of peace, transcendent peace, was given as the reinterpreter of the dream of war and conflict. Breathing in again. There was no need for such a thought before. For peace was given without opposite and merely was. Exhale on the truth of that. But when the mind is seemingly split, there is a need for healing. Breathe in again. So the thought that has the power to heal the split became a part of every fragment of the mind that still was one, but failed to recognize its oneness. And repeat those words. Thought that has the power to heal the split became a part of every fragment of the mind that still was one, but failed to recognize its oneness. Now it did not know itself, and thought its own identity was lost. Talking about the human condition here, the prodigal son who got lost his identity, lost himself in the world. That's the human condition, that's the universal story. But as Yeshua tells us, awakening is undoing in the sense that it does nothing, failing to support the world of dreams and malice. Breathing in again. So it lets illusions go. By not supporting them, it merely lets them go into nothingness, quietly. And what they heard is now revealed, a foundation to the whole identity of perfect love on which its message is written. Exhale and repeat those words. And breathing in again. It's the gifts of my letting go laid before it, and the memory of perfect love not far behind. I have a sense of the inevitability of this. Feel this inner presence, the truth arising in your mind and your heart as a foundation of your life, which you are acknowledging now fully in this meditation, connecting with the life essence that you are. So breathing in again. Just says, let us come daily to this holy aware place. And spend a while together. Yeah, we share our final dream. There's a dream in which there is no sorrow, or it holds a hint of all the magnificence given to us by perfect love. Grass is pushing through the soil. Trees are budding now, and birds have come to live within their branches. Earth is being born again, a new perspective. Belief in separations, limited awareness has gone. We've come together in the light of pure formless awareness. And so sinking inwards, feel surrendering into that deep state of pure formless awareness, which is heaven. Begin again. We awaken the world with this awareness. So I awaken the world with this awareness. Or is this awareness that has awoken us all? Awoken me. The song of my rejoicing. Song of my rejoicing is the call to the whole world that freedom is returned. Time is almost over. And perfect love's extension is only a moment more to wait. Until its source is remembered. Dreams are over. Eternity has shined away the world. And only the state of pure formless awareness now exists at all. And that leads us nicely into today's lesson. Take a nice deep breath in again. You listen to the words, key idea of the lesson is, Father, today I'm your son again, or Alternatively, my source. Today I am your extension. Again, I'm your extension again. Today. The exhale, just feel this extension flowing through you. My source, today I'm your extension again. Breathe that awareness in. Put one hand in your heart center, it slip down, and feel this loving awareness in your heart. Using your mind with this awareness and every part of your body. It's filled with this loving awareness. So today, breathe in again. Listen to the first paragraph of this lesson. Today, I will anticipate the time when dreams of sin and guilt are gone. I'll exhale, repeat that. I've reached the holy aware peace I never left. Let's feel that peace. Nearly a tiny moment has elapsed between eternity and timelessness. This interval is so brief, there was no lapse in continuity, no break in thoughts. Are forever unified as one. Nothing has ever happened to disturb the peace of perfect love. Nothing has ever happened to disturb the peace of perfect love, the source and its extension. I accept this as wholly true today. Say that with meaning, feeling, and conviction. Breathe in. I accept this as wholly true today, that nothing has ever happened to disturb the peace of perfect love, the source, my source, and me. Which is its extension. Accept this is wholly true today. And breathe in. So breathe in again. I'll say the final prayer. So my source, I thank you that I cannot lose the memory of you and your love. I only tried, but actually there's no my source. Thank you that I cannot lose the memory of you and your love. Breathing in again. I recognize my safety. And give thanks for all the gifts you've given me. For all the loving help I've received. For your eternal patience. And the message you've given me that I am free. So that you breathe in, I am free. I am free. Say that a couple of times to yourself. So just sinking inwards, going deeper and deeper with each breath. To there's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still, surrender into the stillness, quietness, peace. You sink into the stillness, sense of timelessness. There's no time passing, just is what it is, perfectly, eternally peaceful, same. So just sink inwards with each breath, going deeper and deeper. Observe the breath flowing into the nostrils and out of the nostrils. You state the truth one more time, that my source today, I'm your extension. Again. And then just rest in that awareness. There's nothing to do, nowhere else to go. No techniques. Exhale, just let the breath go, and you're just gonna allow it to come and go as it pleases. And just feel into these words. Can you feel the love of God that's within you? The love and the peace and the joy. And if any thoughts come in, just let them go. Remind yourself, I am the extension of my source. Again, these thoughts have no place in my mind, they are illusory. And you release them. Let them go with the breeze of your breath. Source today, I'm your extension again. And these thoughts cannot be real. And blow them all out. Let them all go. the breeze of your breath into the nothingness they really are. And surrender. And so just sink inwards for a minute or two and just experience what it feels like to be the extension of perfect love right now. Which is the only time there is. There's timelessness, eternity, or same. Time's almost over. Yeah. Surrender into the eternal now and bring that time, the time will be over, closer to your own awareness. So just gently coming back. In this deep state of awareness. It's an awareness of the body, and the breath and the senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in. Noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pause at the top of the inhale. Smile, scan your mind. Notice any thoughts, related emotions, body sensations going on. Particularly anything that feels at all negative, limiting, contracted, constricting. And just let it go with the help of today's lesson. Say my source, today I'm your extension again. So you're an extension of love. So loving awareness is in your mind, in your awareness right now. When you just blow out, you count to 2, any negative thoughts, and then we'll go. The breeze of your breath, going, going, gone. And nothingness, they really are. Rest here for a few moments in stillness and peace. Notice in the gap between breaths, there's an exquisite gap in the mind. Very peaceful, and breathe in when you need to. And notice a subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Notice what you're feeling in your body as you do that. Notice what you're hearing, perhaps. Tasting, smelling. You notice all these things from this very still, calm, and surrendered state. State in mind without illusions, state of pure awareness, which is the truth, pure formless awareness of perfect love. So you set the intention just to stay in this awareness, stay rooted and anchored in this primordial awareness, original awareness, and let that guide you to the rest of the session. And so it is said and so it is done. So now on the count of 3, open your eyes. So just take a minute to look around, ground yourself back into the world. Noticing the various objects in the room around you. Without judgment, they're just there. They appreciate the isness of them. Underlying essence that you see reflected in everything is your own essence. And you can just feel that, feel into it. Look at anything. There's the peace that's there underlying that perception. Then close your eyes and there's the pieces there. Open your eyes, there's the same peace, same awareness is there. And do that for a few other things, just for a few seconds at a time. You look at them, appreciate the peace and the pure formless awareness, which underlies the perception of them, and then close your eyes, notice that again, that it's there whether your eyes are closed or open. So you're teaching your mind that it's always there, irrespective. And so it is for you, always there, irrespective. So it is. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and the first part of the session. Okay, so is it recording? So I think let's have a look at our text reading now, shall we? Start the video again. Lynn, Elaine.
Hello.
Let's just read the lesson, I think. So I read it to you, but let's just actually practice it. We won't do the first 5 paragraphs. We'll just do the lesson, and then we'll go into our text reading. So Elaine, if you can read the headline
Father, today
again
I'm not.
and relatively for us. Thanks.
Father, today I am your son again. My source, today I am your extension again.
Yeah, a very simple idea. You know, we're still the son. We're still the extension. Hence the parable of the prodigal son. It's perfect for this. Remind us that we still are that. We never have not been that. Just accepting it. Okay, and if you read the first paragraph, please.
Yeah. Today I will anticipate the time when dreams of sin and guilt are gone, and I have reached the holy aware peace I never left. Merely a tiny moment has elapsed between eternity and timelessness. This interval is so brief that there was no lapse in continuity nor breaks in thoughts, which are forever unified as one. Nothing has ever happened to disturb the peace of perfect love, my source and its extension. If I accept this as wholly true today.
Okay, so what's the saying
Today
in this one?
Yeah, we accept our true source because we're its extension. So we want to wholly accept it. I mean, it's going on to the interval is so brief and there's no lapse in continuity, no breaks in thoughts. But really nothing's ever happened. It's all an illusion. And so simply go back to where we belong, the source. We are its extension.
Yeah, well said. And there's really no time. He's trying to play with our perception of time here. Merely a tiny moment has elapsed between eternity and timelessness. So eternity and timelessness is the sense of letting go of time. Actually, they're the same thing, but he's saying this interval, this world, the crack, the split in the mind, and this world, and everything that seems to happen in time. It's so brief. It's just a tiny mad idea. There was no lapse in continuity nor break in thoughts, which are forever unified as one. Nothing's ever happened to disturb the peace of perfect love, my source and its extension. I accept this as wholly true today. So accepting this as wholly true today means that you accept the illusion never happened, the dream is false, and you remain the extension of pure forms, the oneness of perfect love, as you always have been. So simple lessons, but I mean, what he's asking us to do is profound and extreme. Wow. So the world never happened. My life in the world never happened. Time, we change our perception of time in that. I'm not caught on this linear timeline anymore. I remain rooted in the now, which is the closest approximation of eternity in this world. Timelessness, or the now, points us back to eternity. And simple acceptance that nothing has ever happened to disturb the peace of perfect love, my source and its extension. Accept this as wholly true today. Actually, I had this experience that I mentioned. I was letting go of that situation, and just when it never happened. I'm running along going, it never happened, and I feel the release of that. There was a sense of freedom, going back to a more wholesome awareness, which is pure formless awareness of perfect love. And the outcome on the level of form, the meeting was very good. So it just erases everything and resets us back into our original state, and then from that state and the illusion, things seem to flow much better. So although it's not real, in the dream we experience it still. That's what happens in the dream. And job is to let it go in our mind, let go its reality in our mind, and allow things just to flow forward in an easy, natural way, without attachment to outcome. Okay, so any other thoughts on that, Elaine or Lynn? Any thoughts on that paragraph?
That's good. Clear.
Lynn, any thoughts? Otherwise, you can read.
I'm tired. I'm really struggling to stay awake now, so bear with me.
Okay. The meditation, the trick that it.
God, yeah. If only I could do that all the time.
Into alpha state. Okay, so just read the second paragraph, which is a prayer in the alternative.
So the second paragraph that's shown on the screen.
Yes, my source, I thank you that this one.
Oh, okay. Right, my source, I thank you that I cannot lose the memory of you and your love. I recognize my safety and I give thanks for all the gifts you have given me, for all the loving help I have received, for your eternal patience and the message you have given me that I am free.
Yeah, thoughts on that? Or feelings on that?
Yeah, it's lovely, heartfelt. Yeah, I get that. It's gratitude and appreciation.
Give thanks for all the gifts. I'm talking about gratitude.
Yeah.
You have given me. So the abundant life, everything that's good about your life and about this world comes from your source.
Yeah.
The abundant life, the life of happiness and peace and flow, is the gift of the source.
Yeah, I can feel it.
Feel
it when it's, when I'm in it.
When
I'm in even the highest, points of it. I can feel it. Different.
So it's giving thanks for that, acknowledging it.
Yeah.
So that you allow more of it.
Yeah, I think that is what's happening. Mm.
You know, why are you still blocking it out? Why not just allow it to come in fully? And you know, then you live in that awareness. That awareness lives in you. You live in that awareness, and your life is lived from that awareness. That's, you know, what he means when you surrender to God, not my will, but thy will be done. That's what it means. You just live in this higher awareness, and it is your awareness which directs all your thoughts and words and actions.
Yeah.
And you become, you know, the living extension of that awareness, the Son of God, you know, the living extension of this pure formless awareness of perfect love. It's actually completely obvious. There's nothing particularly special or mystical about it at all. You're just becoming aware of your source, becoming aware of what you really are. But in this world, it looks like, you know, well, this is amazing and very special, because everyone's asleep. Everyone's disconnected from that awareness. So when someone reconnects to that awareness, it seems, you know, quite miraculous. It's actually just your natural state that you're remembering. Okay, so any other thoughts on that? Or feelings? You'll notice that these lessons, since lesson 220, we started the second part of the workbook, are much shorter. It's only 2 paragraphs, and they are just pointing you to a deeper awareness. So they are more about feeling than thinking. It's not, you know, intellectually sophisticated ideas. And that's all been done in part 1 and in the text. It's just feel into it and experience these gifts that he's talking about. Experience them for yourself, because that's how you become convinced that they're there.
Yeah.
So, you know, you practice and you becomes more experiential. Not so much about intellectual understanding anymore as, can I really feel into the lesson? Can I really experience what the words are pointing me to? And have a, you know, a deep connected experience, even if it's just for a few minutes. You know, that short practice period he recommends you do, ideally every hour. Can you, you know, really feel these words and feel the power of them? Because that's what makes the difference. And keep reconnecting to this powerful source. Can't fail to realize eventually that you are the source. Okay, so yeah, any other thoughts on that? Comments? I read this to you, so definitely worth. You're supposed to read this every day. The first 5 paragraphs, which I'm going to insert with some teaching on salvation. You know, what is salvation? Answers the questions, and because the lesson's so short, he gives you the insert and says, "Well, read that insert." It's 5 short paragraphs, and then read the lesson. So you're doing 7 short paragraphs a day until the course finishes, which we're on the home stretch.
So are you going through these in each session now, rather than going through the text as we were before?
No, we're doing both. No,
Oh, okay.
we're doing the lesson, because the lesson's fairly brief. So sometimes we do all 5 paragraphs. Today I just did it in a meditation.
Yeah.
And then the text. Generally, yeah, it just depends if we have time. If not, then we don't. So
Okay.
that's the intention now, is to go into the text. If you're up for it, or if you need to drop off, literally.
Yeah, I'm not going to last much longer, to be fair.
Okay, well, stay.
Sorry.
Do a couple of paragraphs of the text, and
Yeah.
then go if you need to. Elaine, you up for a bit of text?
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks.
Okay, so that's the lesson done. Let's go into the text, shall we? Okay, so you want text for, there we go. So I want this one is called the Greater Joining, section 4 of chapter 28. We're on to, so got 3 more chapters, 29, 20, 30, 31. 3 more chapters, and then the text is done, which is quite an accomplishment, really. So let's keep going. So yeah, Elaine, if you can read the
Football, so you can hear him in the background.
right, okay.
Yeah, they're having more scoring. They're doing very well, so he's getting excited.
Happy.
Yes, he's very happy.
Okay.
Right.
So,
Accepting. Yep.
yeah,
Accepting
awakening.
Accepting the awakening for myself means not to give support to someone's dream of sickness and of death. It means that I share not his wish to separate and let him turn his illusions on himself. Nor do I wish.
Just pause it. I'm just going to translate.
Yeah.
Because I do not share with someone their wish to separate and let them turn illusions on himself. Okay, carry on. Nor do I wish.
So nor do I wish that they be turned instead on me. Thus they have no effects. And I am free of dreams of pain because I let him be. Unless I help him, I will suffer pain with him because that is my wish. That is my wish. And I become a figure in his dream of pain as he in mine. So do I and my companion both become illusions without identity. I could be anyone or anything, depending on whose evil dream I share. I can be sure of one thing, that I am evil, for I share in dreams of fear.
Yeah, just do the translations because I let them be unless I help them, suffer pain with them because that is my wish. Become a figure in their dream of pain as they do in mine. So do I, my companions, both become illusions without true identity. Could be anyone or anything, depending on whose evil dream I share. Can be sure just one thing, that I'm evil or I share in dreams of fear. So it's a shared dream. That's what he's pointing to, and the dream pulls us into these roles, depending on whose evil dream I share. So I might feature in a number of evil dreams, and I get cast in these roles that are not pleasant, that cause me pain, suffering, and fear. And because of that, I believe I'm evil, or I share in dreams of fear. So fear, evil is really just the word live spelled backwards. So, in evil, I'm living backwards. That's all it means. So I'm negating my true self, my pure form of what is a perfect love, and I'm choosing another thought system which is upside down and backwards. And so then I live in an evil dream. And the ego convinces me, tells me that I am evil, for I share in dreams of fear. If fear is real, then so is evil, because the two go hand in hand. Okay, just and then if you can read it from the top, just make sure you got the translation right, and then just give your own commentary on it, summary.
Accepting the awakening for myself means not to give support to someone's dream of sickness and of death. It means that I do share not their wish to separate and let them turn illusions on themselves.
Do not share their wish to separate.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nor do I wish that they be turned instead on me. Therefore, they have no effects. I am free of dreams of pain because I let them be. Unless I help them, I will suffer pain with them because that is my wish, and I become a figure in the dream of pain as they do in mine. So do I and my companions both become illusions without true identity. I could be anyone or anything depending on whose evil dream I share. I can be sure of just one thing, that I am evil, for I share in dreams of fear. To awaken, we don't want to support someone's dream of sickness and death. And we don't want to go along with that. Because if we help them, then we'll suffer the pain and it bounces back. Well, yes and no. I don't know. Yeah. And well, yeah, we become the figure in the dream of pain. So we just get lost and lose our true identity. And this could happen to anyone or anything, depending on whose evil dream I share. Well, my friend's sick at the moment in hospital, but I would like to go and say hello to her and wish her well. But obviously I can't collaborate with her sickness, can I?
Yeah, well, you don't have to believe in the sickness. You can just go and give love. That's the difference.
Oh, yeah. Well, she just wants a few chat magazines and a few biscuits. So I'm happy enough to do that.
Oh, but you don't believe in an evil dream of sickness because it's not true. That's the art of this. The art of letting go is, okay, I'll go and I'll help, and I'm not going
to do the chores.
We'll just you deluded and you wake up. This is all in your mind. You're just dreaming because it's not helpful.
No, she's not yet. She doesn't understand.
So it's not helpful.
Not her thing, this. No, it's not
being truly helpful. But so you can give love and be truly helpful and express that love.
Yes, just do the practical. Yeah, I'm looking
Yeah, and
after
it's an
a dog.
expression of love
Yeah.
that's coming through. But while you're doing that, you don't believe in her story. That's really the
No,
key.
no. I'm
Her
just
story
there.
of sickness.
Yeah, no, I'm just there to help and love and practicalities, helping
Yeah.
her dog, and she wants her magazines. So
Hmm.
I'm happy to do that.
Hmm. So even while you're helping her with her, practical needs on the level of form, because she can't move and she's in hospital and so on,
Yeah.
you don't believe in the story, story
No.
of sickness and being a victim and any of it. You remind yourself that only perfect love is true, and so none of this is true.
Yeah. But in the world of form, obviously, I'm just doing the practicalities.
Yeah, and then in the world of form, you're in the world, but you're not of the world. So you don't believe in it. You operate in it. You function in it. In fact, quite well. With this higher awareness, you can function quite well, and you can be truly helpful to others.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Which is what we've been trained to do. It's not just ourselves, but can be truly helpful to others in their journey. So we become helpers and mentors and guides in other people's hero's journey, as is shown here. The mentors, the helpers, well, someone who's been through their own hero's journey is in a good position, a qualified position to be a mentor, a helper, a guide to someone else. And then you're called into their dream, but now you're sharing their dream, but it's not an evil dream. This is a dream of awakening.
Yeah.
And because the purpose is there and your own awakening. So now it's been given, the life has been given over to the Holy Spirit, and it then interprets everything, all of the dreams that previously would have been evil dreams. It reinterprets and says, no, this is all just part of your awakening.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on number 1? Any other thoughts, comments, or questions, Lynn? Okay with that?
Oh, yeah.
It's all about awakening. Isn't that interesting?
Not very awake at the moment.
Ready to yeah, exactly. Ready to go to sleep. But yeah, just ask the Holy Spirit's guidance. You might find it gives you a second wind. So you can read number 2 for us. There is a way of finding certainty right here and now.
Would you mind making it a bit bigger for me, please? Sorry.
No, I don't mind at all. Zoom, let's make it 130. Okay, is that enough?
Yes.
Big enough?
Yeah. There is a way of finding certainty right here and now. Refuse to be a part of fearful dreams, whatever form they take, for I will lose identity in them.
Yeah. So remember, we personalize it. So just I refuse. It's just giving us that instruction. I refuse to be a part of fearful dreams, or whatever form they take, or I will lose my true identity in them. I lose myself in my dreams.
Yeah.
I don't know who I am.
Sorry.
Hmm?
I find myself, by not accepting them, as causing me and giving me effects. I stand apart from them, only not apart from him who dreams them. He who dreams them.
Yeah, I won't say
Yeah,
he,
the
but
one who dreams them. Yeah.
one who dreams them.
Thus, I separate the dreamer. So I separate the dreamer from the dream and join in one, but let the other go. The dream is only illusion in the mind, my mind. And with my mind, I would unite.
It's only illusion in my awareness, and with the awareness I want to unite with. Read the original. Dreams but illusion in the mind. With the mind you would unite, but never with the dream. With the awareness I want to unite. Dreams only illusion in my awareness, and the mind you would unite. And let me say I will. I will unite with the awareness, but never with the dream.
It is the dream I fear and not the mind.
I will change mind to awareness. I think works better. It's the dream I fear and not my own awareness. Because the insane position the ego has put us in is that we seem to fear our own awareness.
Yeah.
Which is completely insane and untenable and not real, but that's what it's telling us. So it says, don't go there, don't go into your own awareness, don't accept it because it's fearful and it hurts you. In fact, quite the opposite, it's going to free you.
Yeah.
He's asking us to distinguish between our own awareness and the dream. Yeah. So separate the dreamer from the dream. Join in one, but let the other go. Join with one, maybe. Join with one and let the other go. And join with one, but let the other go. Right. So if I join with the dream, then I must be the dreamer of the dream. But I'm dreaming unconsciously. I don't know what I'm doing. So that is, we talked about the scientific materialist paradigm at some point, but this is, the classic paradigm that the ego wants people to believe in. Believe in the dream, right? So the external world, the objective world of your body and your sense perceptions and what happens in the world, systems and rules and procedures and so on, all of that is now perceived as reality. And this is how the ego gets you to focus on the dream and not the dreamer, because you forget that actually what's dreamed it all up is the mind. You see how it separates you from it. So the ego does not want you to realize that you are the dreamer of the dream. So it focuses on the external. It says, well, your body and your sense perceptions, and you're affected by, external circumstances and people and events. to deny the mind that made it up. So it's inverted cause and effect, and says this is now the cause of reality, and the effect is your state of mind and your thoughts and emotions, which are very much variable at the mercy of this cruel external world. So that's, do you see how it's inverted causation?
Yeah.
Instead of the cause being in the mind, it's saying, no, the cause is outside of you in the dream. And it denies that you're the dreamer. It says, well, there's a reality there. And at the extreme of this scientific materialist paradigm, it says there is no mind. It's all just kind of random. It happened in one big bang explosion, and then these laws got set in motion. We have no idea how the Big Bang came about, but okay, we forget about that, and let's just talk about now, the laws of physics, and that everything just kind of happened according to those laws, but without a real consciousness behind it. Scientific materialist paradigm is ridiculous. It's saying, well, there's no consciousness. Okay, so really what it's done is deny this interior dimension, of consciousness, of the mind, and try and get you to focus all your attention on the exterior, which is the body and its sense perceptions. Because you can't change your mind if you don't even have a mind. You see how cunning it is? You focus your attention here. How can you change your mind? You don't even think you have a mind. You think you're just your thoughts and emotions and so on are just a product of the material. I'm a brain. These are chemical processes going on in my brain. Oh, I have an experience. Well, it's all my brain that's doing it. My body's doing it to me. So it's a bizarre thought system, but it's quite prevalent in our world, which is upside down. As soon as you come into awareness of this primarily, then you start waking up, because you go, well, I'm the dreamer of the dream. I've made it up. I can see how my thoughts, my emotions, my states of mind, my perceptions have affected the outcome of my life. I made it all up. Well, if I made it all up, I can let it go as well. So that's the taking of responsibility. 100% responsibility means, well, I'm not at the effect of the world. I'm not a victim of the world. I created the world. I'm making it up as I go along. So I have to look at my own thoughts and emotions about it very carefully. And then that awareness, and we call that self-awareness, is the beginning of the end for the ego. Because with that awareness, you go, well, I'm going to make a different choice. I'm going to choose peace and love and joy because I can. And I'm going to ignore all of this, what goes on here, largely as much as I can in the external world. Okay. So I hope that clarifies it. Where are we?
I see them as the same.
Yeah, I perceive them as the same.
Because I think that I am only a dream. And what is real and what is only illusion in myself, I do not know and cannot tell them apart.
Okay, so just read it from the top, make sure that the translation is correct, and then just give our own commentary on it. What's he saying here, really, in summary?
Right. There is a way of finding certainty right here and now. I refuse to be a part of fearful dreams, whatever form they take, but I will lose my true identity in them. I find myself by not accepting them as causing me and giving me effects. I stand apart from them and not apart from the one who dreams them. So I separate the dreamer from the dream and join with one, but let the other go. The dream is only illusion in my awareness, and I will unite with this awareness, but never with the dream. It is the dream I fear and not my own awareness. I perceive them as the same because I think that I am only a dream, and what is real and what is only illusion in myself, I do not know and cannot tell apart.
Just change that order. I do not know and cannot tell apart what is real and what is only illusion in myself. So we're confused. We can't tell the difference. Most people, you look at this integral model diagram, are confused in what's real. They think that the external world is more real than the internal one. Most people in this world. The scientific materialist paradigm is really the dominant religion of the world. And believe that this is true and this is real. Your body, your senses, what the world shows you, and the mind is not really real. It's relegated at best to a distant second in most people's awareness. See them as the same because I think that I'm only a dream, and I do not know and cannot tell apart what is real and what is only illusion in myself. So I get caught up in time and space, playing out the idle wishes of the ego. I now seem to be a character in the dream, interact with all kinds of other characters, get caught up on the level of form. And in that, I lose awareness of my true identity. I forget that I am the dreamer of the dream. I forget that there's this conscious choice that I've made. And that is, the state of the world. Everyone's forgotten and gone to sleep. Okay. Just gave a bit of summary there, but anything else? What stands out for you there? I'll just give a summary in your own words.
I can see clearly. I see way more clearly than I ever used to. That I see when the illusions are strong. When the stories are strong, and I know what a waste of time it is getting lost in them. And I won't go into it now, but there is one that's come up recently. It's about a tree, actually. I don't know if you know about the tree that's been cut down at Sycamore Gap.
And
I can
Elaine mentioned it.
Yeah, I can totally see it's a story, but I'm feeling that one strongly. So I'm trying to work that out at the moment. That's something I'm working on, of what that means to me, why I've associated myself with it, and why it matters to me. And I can see it's pointless because it's like there's nothing. It's just negative, and and I know it's not true, but I wonder why.
It's your attachment to the world of nature.
Yeah, it was like top of my wish list. It was my one place that I wanted to go in this country. It was like number one. And I had these plans to go. I'd even talked to Elaine about it, and Elaine ended up going there and seeing the tree. And
I went instead. I've got a photograph.
Yeah.
I've actually got a couple of photographs of me cuddling the tree. So I'll keep them treasured.
On your recent trip,
Yeah, just over a month ago, I'm hugging the tree. So it was only through Lynn's word that took me there.
And I wanted, I had these pictures in my mind, very strong pictures that I wanted to take of it. And it's gone, and I'm trying not to hold on to it, but it's there. It's like niggling at me every now and again. It comes up, and I was like, "What? Why? Why has that happened in my dream? Why is that happening in my dream? It hurts."
Mm.
It hurts, it hurts me. I feel like, what is this missed opportunity all about? Why does it bother me so much? I can't quite get to it yet.
Well, I'll help you if you like.
Okay.
Give some
Yeah,
thought. So it's all about expectation,
yeah.
expectation, and that's attachment, really.
It felt the same as the
Well,
Felixstowe shop thing. When I said to you, I got that place to sell from in December,
yeah,
and I had this attachment to that, and I was really excited.
yeah,
But when that fell through, I was able to say, it's okay. It's okay. It's better.
mm,
But with this tree,
mm,
and I've been thinking, right, it must mean, well, the story I made up in my head was that I'm being guided elsewhere. But at the same time, what you just said is so true, because I knew it was about an expectation, and I realized it doesn't serve us having those expectations.
yeah.
But I
In
haven't
any way,
quite,
shape, or form, because if you attach to form, which the tree is a form,
yeah.
and every form doesn't last, right?
Yes, it's
That's
got an
the essence.
ending.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, that tree had its life. It had however many 100 years or 1,000 years. I don't know how old it was.
300 years, I reckon.
300 years old, and then someone cut it down, and that was the end of its life. And it would have ended its life, at some point. It might have taken another few 100 years, but so in the illusion of the ego, we go, oh, what a shame. Why would someone do something so horrible to the tree, and how can this happen? Because we feel the loss of something we valued. The tree seems to be important to us in our dream, but who gives it the importance? You do.
Yeah.
So it's entirely your own story, isn't it? I really want to
Completely.
go, because my number one, on my wish list, and I wanted to
Yeah.
go there, and I build up a whole expectation about it, and then of course taken away. Oh, that's no longer there. So it's not really about the tree. That's what you got to realize. It's about your own expectation being disappointed.
See, yeah, the tree part of it, I can separate that slightly, because it feels awful, but on a very personal level and a very expectational level, I've dreamed of there's pictures, because normally I imagine a picture and I get to take it.
Mhm.
So it's deeper than that beautiful tree on a very selfish level. Yeah.
Is that not the same as me being so connected to, like, cats, for example?
Yeah.
It is a deeper level than just sort of, for some reason I've got this attachment to cats.
These are the things you cherish. These are illusions that you hold dear, as Yeshua would put it in Course language, that you hold dear, which deny pure formless awareness of perfect love. You hold one illusion, you value it above the truth, and then you suffer. And this is what he's teaching us.
You don't want them to be destroyed, you see. You see them as pure and innocent and everything that God is.
Yeah.
So I think
that's... But you're valuing form over content.
But yeah. Well, it's learning to let it be and realize it is got its life. And it's some sort of, like I say, like Lynn, is a deep connection. But I don't know where that's coming from. I have no idea. It's a level of form, isn't it? It's an attachment of some kind of form.
It's an attachment. It's an attachment to the level of form.
It's come up so strongly and so clearly. It feels like a big one.
Yeah, no, I can understand that.
Yeah,
so
and
radical.
So it's your own attachment into the dream, and then it hurts when that when something happens to violate the expectation.
Yeah.
For some people, like, who cares? Tree got cut down, no issue. So what? You know, there's no
Yeah.
attachment. But if you're attached to it, and you had a whole lot of personal expectation around, you wanted to go there, and you built up a story, then that seems to be taken away. Now the tree's gone.
Yeah, it really feels that. Yeah, it feels like a loss.
It's not really about the tree. You're not actually sad about the tree's death. You're sad about your own expectation.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
experience of the tree. And, you
Yes.
know, oh, it would have been so nice. And I could have been there, and I would have felt the energy of the tree, and I would have hugged it, and I would have taken its photo. Wow. And that nice experience is now gone. It's not going to ever be, because there's no tree.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you can see it for what it is, it's just as the personal self going, oh, you know, I wanted that, and now it's been taken away from me. And now I feel deprived. I feel that this, you know, I've lost something.
Yeah. No, I can see all of that, all of it. It's just this little weird feeling left at the end of all those words that's like there's something else. But
is that not just part of the journey, the awakening journey, coming to the surface?
yeah, it could be another level of it.
Yeah. Well, I do know that there's a baby one coming up now, a baby sycamore tree.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be the same, though, of course. I mean, but they are, obviously, it takes 100 or 200 years to get to the size that got to.
Exactly.
You know, so
yeah.
we'll have to reincarnate.
If you
want to come back.
God forbid, no.
But there you have the rub, don't you? Wow. Okay. You see what you just said.
There's a baby one coming on the way. Yeah.
Okay, but you have to come back into the illusion to experience that.
Oh,
You get it?
yeah, no
So
way.
the ego pulls you back into the dream just because you want to experience the sycamore tree. Is that really worth it? Is that a smart decision? No, it's not a smart decision, because you're denying heaven, pure formless awareness of perfect love, for an illusion, which is such a temporary, fleeting experience. And you might come back, and guess what? Someone cuts that one
cut down again. That's exactly what I thought. When Elaine said about the little one, I thought that's going to get.
I've got to come back again to get the next, you know, the next incarnation of the sycamore tree. You know, so it goes.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
you see the game.
Yeah.
You see what the ego does.
Absolutely.
I'll have to come back for that. Oh well, there you go. Now it's got something that's powerful enough to hook your mind into the dream and pull you back here. So you come back another lifetime, and one illusion will do that. Yeah, the sycamore tree illusion would do that if you want, because it's your will. That's what you want. Ego says that's what I want. Okay, well then you have to find another body. You have to come in, you know, have the whole human saga again. Get born into a body as a baby, choose your parents, go through various, you know, experiences. A lot of them are not pleasant. So that one day you can go see the sycamore tree. And then it might just be burned down again. Someone chops it down or burns it. You know what I mean? Like, okay. That wasn't a smart call. And what you gave up was pure formless awareness of perfect love, which knows no loss, no limitation. It's perfect, whole, and complete. It's never going to die. The sycamore tree will die, guaranteed. So, you know, is that a smart decision?
No, definitely not.
No. So there's the learning from the sycamore tree could free your mind from the entire illusion. You see, you let go of that attachment. You go, well, okay, there you are again, going and valuing form and being disappointed. How many times have I done that? I've done that repeatedly. We all do it over and over and over again. When am I going to learn the lesson? You know, so what Yeshua's teaching us. Don't value form. All form, anything temporary is valueless.
So what about a holy relationship? You know, if this a holy relationship comes into your life.
Yeah, but you're not valuing the form, you're valuing the content.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Not about the person, the special person with a personal identity and their body. It's not about that. It's about, I see your essence. I see the eternal. I'm valuing the eternal in my relationship. And I, relate to the other person from that perspective. So the holy relationship points you back home to the eternal.
And you're both in that same awareness.
So you're not valuing the form. You realize, well, the person might die tomorrow. It's possible. The relationship won't last forever because nothing does. But it's there to point me back to the truth. So then it's
both in that essence, yeah.
You're working on it together, aren't you? Then
yes, and that's the purpose of the relationship. It's temporary. Everything's temporary in time, but it has the eternal about it because it's pointing you back to the truth of who you really are, and you can learn that through the relationship. So then you see it's the difference between form and content, form and substance. Do you see that? It's a very, very, very different energy. Form is about the form that can die. So the form of the tree died. Someone cut it down.
Yeah.
No more tree. Form is gone. But the essence of the tree cannot die because it's eternal.
Yeah.
And if you focus on that, you go, well, the tree's not really dead. It's just had its life. The form is gone, but the essence of the tree is the same as my essence. So the essence of the tree lives on in me. You want to look at it that way.
It's my dream that's over.
Yes. The dream is over. But the dream was always an illusion.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The dream wasn't real. The dream was your own personal story woven up with the tree. This is what he talks about, fantasies and illusions and so on. You created an illusion based on a projection, which is the tree in the world, and that's sort of added to your personal identity and your story.
See, these things happening to me have made me question things. And so does it mean that I shouldn't plan anything anymore?
Now you're getting somewhere.
Because I tell you what, I'd actually been thinking to myself that next year I'm probably not going to do this now, but I thought I might actually go full-time house sitting and pet sitting, like full-time, and just become like a gypsy person. But I can still see that in the future. I just don't think it's going to happen next year. But then with these things happening, it's made me kind of doubt it. But again, I guess it's just not being attached to any of the plans.
Yeah. I mean, the lesson 135, in my defense, this is my safety lies. Or is it, 135 is when I defend myself, I'm attacked.
Yeah.
And in that lesson, he's talking about the big defense is planning. You want to plan ahead and go, well, that would be nice, or I want this. And so who wants that? Who's deciding? See, that's the question. Who thinks that would be a good idea and a good plan? And it's usually the separate self. It's the personal self. Oh, well, that would be nice because, and it's got its reasons.
But there's also the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, but the Holy Spirit doesn't really plan. The Holy Spirit just says, right, Lynn, do that now.
Yeah.
That's what the Holy Spirit does. It just says, okay, that's what you're going to do right now. And so you take the action, and then that leads to other actions, and you flow forward in moment by moment.
But there are also inspirations that you get. Something that comes up, your Dharma.
No.
Says,
well, do that now. Okay, you feel inspired, do that now. Go, you need to do that.
I think what's brought it... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no.
I think what's brought it up for me is because already having so many bookings for next year is made me... I don't know if it's made me feel confined, something like that. And then with these things happening, it's given me a little bit of nerves about it all. I feel like too much. I used to plan my whole life, and then I stopped. Whatever happened to me, I changed, and I stopped wanting to plan anything. And of course, now I'm sort of gone back into this. People are booking me ahead for next year, and I've got bookings right up to July, from January to July, and it's like, oh,
yeah, but isn't that interesting? So then there's the ego is trying to pull you back into its planning mode, and it doesn't feel good, does it? It feels like a bit,
doesn't feel
a
right
bit limited
now.
and restricted.
Yeah.
So on that basis, maybe you should just not do the house sitting full time. Just go with the flow.
Yeah.
Because what the ego wants to do is then go, oh, okay, so now that's successful. So now you're going to get it, and then it becomes a prison. It's another mental construct.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen myself go in and out of that. I was really excited at the thought of doing it, and then as these bookings have come in, I'm like, no, that isn't quite right.
It's not spontaneous anymore. You started to plan. I was like, okay, well now what was a joy, house sitting, you started off just, I do a bit of a house sit here and a house sit there, it's really nice. Now it becomes like a job.
Yeah.
And then it sucks.
I mean, it is a job. It is my second job. It is my second income. It's, quite a lump of my income. But at the same time, my photography, that's what I want first. So I'm making sure that I don't book out whole months, basically, I think is what the turnaround has been. I'm actually conscious of leaving big gaps in my diary. I guess it's a good
maybe that's how you do it. So that you have a balance of, there's some income there and there's some security, but I'm free still.
Yes. And I feel better with that. Yeah.
And then that's a sort of happy middle ground. So all good. Just let go of that lingering illusion about the tree, because it's just your own personal self going, oh, I didn't get what I wanted.
Yeah, 100%. I feel it every time I think. I was like, oh God, that's just me having that little dream, and then
it was a dream, it was a fantasy.
Feeling like I've been robbed of it.
But it was never real. This is what Yeshua's teaching us. So you can't lose what was never real. It was a fantasy in your mind.
Yeah.
So just let it, see it for what it is, and let it go. And realize at the same time that the tree lives on in you. The tree is not really dead. That tree is the eternal tree of life. It lives on in you.
Yeah.
Forever. So how can you lose it? So it's what happens when you value form over content.
Yeah.
The experience, that would be nice, and you make plans, and then an expectation develops, and in your case it was quite strong, and you're projecting yourself into the future, and then chunk.
Yeah. Couldn't believe it.
Now I suffer. But this happened for you. Do you understand? The person who cut down the tree did this for you.
Yeah, I feel really responsible for it. Is the truth.
Yeah,
that's why it's bothering me so much. Thank God you said that, because I couldn't work out. That's why it's bothering me so much.
No.
I've made it happen.
There's guilt. Okay. So now you've got expectation, and you've got guilt going on.
Yeah, that is it. That's the extra little.
You made it happen. Well.
Yeah.
But that's just the ego again. There's no guilt. It happened. The correct perception of it is it happened for you. You're not guilty for it, but it happened for your awakening, because everything happens for you.
It's a learning curve. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's not, I need to awaken, so the tree needed to be cut down, and I'm to blame. That's just that's in fact then the ego hijacking it, and not and making sure you don't learn the lesson. No,
Yeah,
it's happening.
I went through that bit.
Whatever the cause of it is, we can't even speculate. The Holy Spirit doesn't even go there. Why did someone cut it down? How could someone be so insane? Don't even go there. Just go, well, apparently it's been cut down. So my only choice here is to let it go or to hold on to it. Those are the choices. So then we let it go.
So I'll let it go, yeah.
Choice is to let it go, because that's the only thing we can do. And don't go into analyzing the dream and going, well, why did someone do that? And because that makes it real. You just go, no, just let it go. It never really happened. It never really happened because there never really was a tree. There never really was a perceiver of the tree. Lynn Sampson and the tree didn't exist. They existed in a dream world. That's not real. You see where it leads you.
Oh, I know, but I'm too tired for that.
Yeah,
that's going to blow my mind.
But there is no person perceiving the tree, because it's all illusion, and images cannot see, as Yeshua said. So you think you would be Lynn Sampson, and you weren't even there, but you imagine it. So it's all projection.
Yeah.
Create this whole illusion in your mind, and none of it's true, none of it's real. And so it's a very fragile dream that can be easily disturbed, as you saw. Someone decides to cut down the tree, and then, okay, sorry, end of your dream. Well, pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is eternal, is not fragile like that. It's unchangeable. It cannot be destroyed. It can never be hurt, damaged, changed, altered in any way. Surely that's a better choice of a reality than such a fragile reality.
What about photographs?
Well,
Photographs, because I've got a photograph of me. Sorry, Lynn.
No, you carry on.
I've got a photograph of me hugging the tree.
Yeah.
So, but it's still not real, even though there's a photograph there.
No, because none of the images in the dream are real.
All right, so yeah.
The photographs are just photos of images in the dream. And they capture the image, and again, these things, because it makes them seemingly real. The images aren't true, and the images aren't real. However, I know, Lynn, you're into photography. Can those images represent something transcendent, something beyond them? Yes, they can. So you photograph, with the Holy Spirit as the guide, it captures the images, and it brings through the essence of another world, a transcendent dimension in the photos, which then become the way that people can connect with that transcendent dimension through the photos. They become a portal to true reality.
Because it is ironic, because Lynn is a photographer, isn't she? So that's coming from her Holy Spirit. So it's all a bit, interesting.
Well, don't get attached to that role. Then you're not really a photographer. That's just your worldly role. You're actually just pure formless awareness of perfect love. In your special function in this world, that seems to be it. Being a photographer, amongst other things. But that's the primary one. And so just allow the Spirit, give it to the Spirit, and say, okay, well, you use, this interest, this talent, this ability, you use it, and then you'll take the most incredible photos, because they're photos that represent the eternal, and they speak to people on a deeper level, and they'll buy them because they're like, I don't know what it is about the photo, but it's got something about it that I just need to have. This is the essence, the source they're looking for, that is represented in the photo and is imbued with the energy of the photographer.
I think that is what I do.
Yeah, I think it is what you do. And people don't know why they buy photos, but they do, because they feel it. They feel something. I don't like to use the word.
I do with the picture I've got of my cat is sort of imbued with a nice essence.
Yeah.
I look at it and it brings warmth.
Yeah.
The smile,
Yeah. And it's infused with the energy of the photographer.
Yeah,
What you put into that photo, it gets energetically captured, and then the photo becomes a transmitter of that energy.
Cat is the
And so
source.
it carries the frequency with which you took the photos. You get it? And so it's a communication device. That's what you're doing. You're communicating through the photos. You're communicating the Holy Spirit through the photos.
Love. Yeah.
Love through the, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so that's your special function. That's your divine calling. To do it, in that way. Other people do it in different ways. They do it in words or in
Music.
music. Yeah, exactly. Words, music. These are all ways that you can communicate this divine essence. You do it through photos.
You can hear it really clearly in some people's voices when they sing, can't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to like Enya. That she had the angel voice, Enya.
Yeah.
So
They're kind of tapped in and
it resonated with me anyway. Yeah.
These are channels for the Holy Spirit coming through into the world and inspiring the voices and the music and the lyrics and everything. So that's one way. Your way is visual. Your way is through images.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. It's just as long as you don't get attached to the images. That's the point. Maybe this is a good lesson for you. It's like, don't attach to the images, because the images are form. They, what's important is the content.
Yeah.
It's the essence that's important, not the form of it. No images will last. The tree, whatever you're photographing, it's all very temporary.
Yeah. All of it.
All of it's temporary, yeah. And as a photographer, the scene, you spend an hour at a scene and it changes in that hour. Everything changes.
Because the light
changes, and the weather changes, the light changes. It's all changing moment by moment. So you capture a moment in time, and then instantly, the next moment, it's gone. It's different, and it's a different again, and the next moment, and so on. So you're working with, the temporary, but you're doing it in a timeless, eternal way, which is being in the world but not of the world.
Yeah.
And that gets captured in the photo, and that's why people want to buy your photos, because there's something about it that's different. And there's John joining the late shift. Okay, well, that's good. It means we'll finish the text. So hope that was helpful.
Yeah, very. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect timing.
This is why join us, because you get these deep insights from the course that help you with issues you're dealing with in your life.
Yeah.
You don't do that. You don't get that if you don't come on a live call. It doesn't happen.
No, I'm getting back in the flow.
Welcome back, Lynn.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
You're back.
Yeah. So stick around if you want, because John's here.
Hi, John.
Hi, John.
Yeah, hi, John. Hi, Elaine. Hi, Lynn.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah. Just when everyone's flagging, we get some reinforcements. It's good. We weren't flagging, actually. We had a very interesting conversation, but let's move on to the text. So yeah, we're on paragraph 3, John, if you want to read paragraph 3 of this one,
okay.
which is just be a reference, section 4 of chapter 28, called the Greater Joining. So if you want to follow on in your book.
Yeah.
Number 3, we're on.
Like you, your brother thinks he is a dream. Share not in his illusion of himself, for your identity depends on his reality. Alternatively, like me, my companion thinks he is in a dream. He is a dream. Yes, okay.
Let's make it plural, I think. My companions think. My companions think they are a dream. Yeah. So we've identified with the dream and the dreamer of the dream.
Share
So,
not in their illusion of themselves.
I will not share.
I will not share in their illusion of themselves. Yes, that's better. For my identity depends on their reality.
So my true identity, shall we? Depends on.
I guess that's reality with a capital.
It would be, yeah. Well done. Because he's referring to true reality, which is capitalized. It's on the same level as true identity. My true identity depends on their reality because they're one and the same thing in truth. Okay.
Think rather of him as a mind in which illusions still persist. I think rather of them as a mind in which illusions still persist. I think rather of them as minds in which illusions still persist. But only as a mind which only as a mind.
Let's just look at the
Right,
original.
yeah. Rather of them as a mind in which illusions still persist, but
as a mind which brother is to you. Think rather of him as a mind in which illusions still persist.
Okay, so think rather of him, mind in which illusions still persist, but a mind which.
But doesn't really work here. I don't know why it's put but.
No,
Do you agree?
no.
Think rather as a mind in which illusions still persist. Think rather of him as a mind in which illusions still persist, as a mind which brother is to you. So maybe what he's saying is think rather of him not as a mind in which illusions still.
This is the actual text as it appears in the.
Yeah. Think rather of him, not as a mind. What do you think? Think rather, because then the but makes sense. Otherwise, think rather of him not as a mind in which illusions still persist, but as a mind which brother is to you. That makes sense.
Yeah.
You don't have the not in the first. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Yeah.
So maybe they forgot a not in there, which we'll forgive them for. So we put in, I think, rather, let's put rather at the beginning of the sentence. So rather, I think of them minds in which illusions still persist. Rather, I do not think your identity. Like that. So not share the illusion of themselves. So I do not think of them as minds in which illusion still persists, but rather as minds which are companions to me. Just read that from the top, that sentence.
So I do not think of them as minds in which illusions still persist, but rather as minds which are companions to me. Yeah. He is not companion made by, he is not, they are They are not companions made by what they dream,
They are not made
nor is
companions
their
by
body.
what they dream.
But by their body,
Nor are their bodies, is their body, nor are their bodies.
Yeah. Nor are their bodies heroes of the dream, but my companions.
Yeah. So nor their bodies, the heroes of the dream, because we think that bodies are the heroes of the dream. I don't like that for some reason. Heroes. Nor are their bodies, the heroes of the dream, my companions. Okay, is there their reality that is my companion?
Sentence four need another but in it.
Just read it from the top. Let's see.
Yeah. They are not made companions by what they dream, nor are their bodies. Nor are their bodies the heroes of the dream, but my companions.
No. Nor are their bodies, comma, the heroes of the dream. The bodies of the heroes of the dream is what he's saying. My companions. So let me make it which. Nor are their bodies, which are the heroes of the dream, my companions. Does that make more sense? So take out what's in parenthesis. Nor are their bodies my companions. That makes sense. Yeah. So the parenthesis just kind of confused. It does make sense. So I put in a which. Nor are their bodies, which are the heroes of the dream, my companions.
Okay.
Yeah. Happy with that?
Yeah. It is their dream that is my companion. Oh, it is their reality that is my companion, as is mine to them. My mind and theirs are joined in companionship. Their body and their dreams only seem to make a little gap where mine have joined with theirs.
Their bodies and dreams only seem to make a little gap. Where mine have joined. It's their reality that is my companion, as mine is to them. So mine, he's talking about my reality. And mine is a joined in companionship, where so their bodies and dreams only seem to make a little gap where mine, so where my pure awareness is really joined with theirs. Only seem to make a little gap when in reality my true awareness has really joined with theirs.
Oh, that's better. Yeah, very good job. Yeah.
Sense, yeah. So read that from number 7.
Yeah, their bodies and dreams only seem to make a little gap when in reality my true awareness has really joined with theirs. Don't need them really, do we?
Yeah,
As John.
joined. True awareness is joined with theirs. So it's an illusion. Seems to be a gap because I'm focusing on the wrong thing. I'm focusing on their bodies and their dreams.
Yeah.
And actually, in truth, I'm one with them. My true awareness is joined with theirs. We are one mind, one awareness. Okay, so read that from the top.
Like me, my companions think they are a dream. I will not share in their illusion of themselves, for my true identity depends on their reality. So I do not think of them as minds in which illusions still persist, but rather as minds which are companions to me. They are not made companions by what they dream, nor are their bodies, which are the heroes of the dream, my companions. It is their reality that is my companion, as mine is to them. My mind and theirs are joined in companionship. Their bodies and dreams only seem to make a little gap, when in reality my true awareness is joined with theirs.
I think that's clearer than the original.
It is, very much so. I'm just curious about that. Why is put this heroes in parentheses here? They are not made companions by what they dream, nor their bodies, which are the heroes of the dream, Michael. Does he use the word hero in the original?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and it's
The dream. It refers to that quite powerful, profound section called the hero of the dream. The dreamer of the dream, the hero of the dream, isn't it?
Right.
Chapter 26.
Right.
So go back to that.
Okay.
That the body is the hero of the dream. It goes through the dream and has all these serial adventures in the dream. Lynn, to speak to your point, your body was the hero of the dream. You made a dream, and then that dream got destroyed.
Yeah. Okay.
And so that then creates suffering. For
Yeah.
reason. Lynn was talking about a tree that got cut down, the sycamore tree.
Oh yeah.
He wanted to go and see it and take photos, and it's like, oh, it's gone. Sorry, no more tree. Because the tree was always an illusion. The tree wasn't the ultimate truth. It was just part of the dream. Whereas in reality, beyond the body and the dream, you are one with the tree. So you have the same life essence as the tree. So nothing has really been lost. Just
It's a funny thing because obviously, like I said, for me, it was very much about being able to take these pictures that I had dreamed in my mind. I dreamed these pictures and I wanted those pictures. And I quite often have dreams at night when I'm asleep where I'm trying to take a picture of something and I don't manage to get the picture.
Right.
And I'm really frustrated. So I've just seen that as that's very much the same as well. So, okay, that whole dream thing is getting clearer.
Yeah. So it's a dream on, just now the dreams come into the so-called real world.
Yeah.
This world, and is showing you the same lesson as in your sleeping dream. Just says your sleeping and your waking dreams are the same because they're produced by the same mind, the ego mind. So don't get fooled by any of them. So it's a lesson. It's an opportunity to let go of that, and maybe find a deeper essence in your photography. Like, can I really understand, the essence that's inspiring it, and take it to another level. So that's what it offers you the opportunity to do.
Yeah.
It correctly, because you can heal another part of the the illusion that was attached to form through the experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a kind of advanced spiritual practice in some ways that you're doing, because you have to not be attached to the photos and the form, the images. It's not about that, even though apparently photography is about images. That's apparently what you're doing. Yeah, you're taking photos of images and you presenting them to people, and they like them, and then people buy your pictures or whatever. So it seems to be all about the form, but actually it's not. If you really allow the Holy Spirit to do it, it's about capturing the essence behind the form. And if you can allow the essence, true awareness, to come through in the form of the photo, and people can see, perceive, experience that essence through the photos, then your photos have a different quality about them. And
I know that is the case.
Oh.
I'm not obviously not all the time, I imagine, but I know that is the case because I have enough people relate back to me. The things they say, to me about my pictures, and when they buy them, I can tell they're getting
Something.
more of just the picture.
But the more awakened you get, the more of this divine source energy you put into the experience of photographing them, the more that's going to come through.
Cool.
So
it's
an opportunity to let go of another illusion around form and go, okay, well, I'm going to go deeper into what's true, the essence, and allow that to shine through.
Yeah.
And then that will reflect in your photos, and then it's all good. Nothing's lost. In fact, you've just gained. It's a lesson.
Yeah.
Okay. So John, any comments on number 3? What's he saying here? Or questions?
Well, is reinforcing this idea that we must not join in our companions' beliefs, limited beliefs about themselves, limited beliefs in the sense of beliefs corrupted by the world. So we must not go along with that. Because if we do, we don't do them any favors, and we certainly don't do ourselves any favors.
Yeah, don't believe in the hero of the dream as the body and the personal identity. See beyond that. So what was happening with Yulin was that the hero of the dream had been violated, and the hero was upset because the hero didn't get what she wanted in the dream. But you just got to realize I was never the hero of the dream. I'm beyond that. I'm pure formless awareness of perfect love. I'm free. Okay. So, number 4. Should we move on to that? I think it's Elaine. Elaine, can you read first?
Alternative? Yeah. And yet, and yet between our minds there is no gap. To join his dream is thus to meet him not, because his dreams would be separate from me. Therefore, I release him. Oh.
Hello, Paul.
Oh, they got. Sorry.
Wow. God, I'm used to that extra good.
You want to mute yourself, Elaine, and someone else can.
Sorry. Yes, it's football. Yeah, they've won.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, someone else. Lynn, perhaps you can read this one, if you don't mind.
That's funny. Let me just get my glasses. I've come upstairs now, so.
Okay.
Okay. Where are we? Therefore, or at the
And
beginning?
yet there is no gap.
And
Start
yet
from
there
the-
is no gap between our minds. What does that mean?
There is no gap between our minds.
Our minds, as in mine and yours.
Yeah, apparently we've got separate minds. Okay, my
Okay.
mind, your mind.
Oh, of course, right. There is no gap because we are
There
one.
is no gap.
Okay.
Let's talk
Yeah,
about
yeah.
the little gap. When in reality, my true awareness has joined with theirs. And yet there is no gap between our minds.
Therefore,
I don't think we need as yet. There is no gap between our minds.
therefore, to join their dreams is thus to meet him not.
It is to meet them not. So therefore to join their dreams is not to meet them.
Because the dreams would separate from mine.
Because their dreams would separate from me.
Their dreams.
I think the dreams would separate from me. The dreams would separate them from me. I think that's better.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what he means, I think. Because his dreams would separate from you. His dreams would separate them from me. So those dreams that we cherish for ourselves alone, that separates us from others.
Yeah.
Because that makes us special, doesn't it? Well, I
Yeah.
have a special dream. You know, my special dream is to go and photograph the sycamore tree, and that makes
Yeah.
me special as a character in the dream, because that's my special goal and my special dream, and it's going to be a special experience. But actually, that separates you from others in your mind. It's not, because it's not true. It's just how the ego, plays the game of specialness. Okay, so therefore I release.
Therefore, I release them merely by my claim on companionship and not on dreams of fear.
My claim on companionship, or claim on brotherhood. Only by my claim. We keep that or make it belief. My belief in companionship. Claim on companionship. That sounds quite nice, actually. So maybe leave it. I release them merely by my claim on companionship. And not on dreams of fear. So I'm not claiming on dreams of fear. So that I mean, it's a perfect teaching for you tonight, because that was a dream of fear.
Yeah.
Actually,
Mm-hmm.
of course, it got taken away, and then you seem to have lost, which would have been your underlying fear, or maybe, I really want this, and then maybe I won't get there. Somehow it won't happen. So I claim the companionship. The truth is that you are one with Elaine, you're one with all of us.
Yeah.
And focus on that rather than on the dream of fear. I lost something. It's gone.
Okay. Yeah.
And release them merely on my claim on companionship and not on dreams of fear. Who would want to claim dreams of fear? But we do.
Mhm.
And that's what the ego tries to convince us to do. Okay, so let them
Let them acknowledge who they are. By not supporting the illusions, their illusions. Let them acknowledge who they are by not supporting their illusions. By my faith.
change by to through. I think it would be better. But too many bys going to let them
Yeah,
acknowledge who they are by not supporting their illusions through my faith.
yeah,
So I let them acknowledge who they are by not supporting their illusions through my faith. Makes sense?
yeah,
I'm not supporting illusions.
yeah.
Through my faith in them. And then perhaps. For if I do, I will have faith in mine.
As in my illusions.
I have faith in my illusions. Because illusions are the same, whether it's other people's illusions or your own illusions.
Yeah,
It's all the same. So let's say someone, this tree thing, someone commiserated with you and said, "Oh, poor, that's really, I'm so sorry, Len, you must be devastated," and it gives you the sympathy. It's supporting your illusion, and in the process, supporting theirs. There's no healing going on. Which is why sympathy never works, because it's like, well, it just makes the illusion real.
the misery loves company thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, poor you. Oh, that's so hard. And then we like talking about it, and we have a half an hour conversation. And it makes the illusion real in that conversation. And that's all the ego is trying to do.
Yeah,
So, when you're aware of the game, you go, no, I'm not going there. I'm not going to play it. Even if someone says, "Oh, shame, I really heard about that. I'm so sorry. You must have been devastated." You go, no, it's okay. Just let it go.
yeah,
It's not a big deal, so then you don't foster it.
yeah.
You don't believe in their illusions. So Elaine, for you, you've got a friend who's sick. You don't support their illusion through my faith in them. So you don't believe your friend believes that she's sick, even though you'll go help her as you can.
Oh yeah, of course.
You
Yes.
can, but just don't buy into the thought system.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Why are you doing that? That's the key.
Yeah.
Because if you do, then you'll have faith in yours. Well, she can get sick, and so can you. You see, she can get sick, then so can you die, and those are the flying dreams of death.
There they go. Yes. Yeah.
And you make that real. So if sickness and suffering is real, and so is death, and they go hand in glove. You must deny them in all their forms. Okay. Faith in mind. I don't know if you can finish this one. It will not be released.
With faith in mind, they will not be released. And I am kept in bondage to his dreams, to their dreams.
Yeah. So if I have faith in mind, I have faith in mind. With faith in mind. So maybe just make that a bit more explicit. So if I have faith in my illusions, my companions will not be released.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, well, he does it almost like a shorthand, faith in mind. Okay, but then you start forgetting what he's talking about.
Yeah, it is.
Because he's mentioned illusions back, in the first part of the previous sentence. Sometimes it goes back several sentences. You go,
Yeah.
like, what's he actually talking about?
Mhm.
So then you just make it more explicit, spell it out. So, okay, we'll just write the noun that he's referring to. So if I have faith in my illusions, my companions will not be released, and I am kept in bondage to their dreams. Kept in bondage to their dreams. Interesting idea.
Dreams of fear will haunt the little gap, inhabited only by illusions, which I have supported in my companion's mind. Like a poem.
Yeah. Oh, it is. He writes this is iambic pentameter. Shakespeare and iambic pentameter, he writes it from about chapter 15 onwards. It's all iambic pentameter. So it feels like a poem. Feels like dreams of fear will haunt the little gap inhabited only by illusions I've supported in my companion's minds. Okay, so if we read that from the top, just make sure you got the translations, and then you can summarize it.
There is no gap between our minds. Therefore, to join their dreams is not to meet them, because their dreams would separate them from me. Therefore, I release them merely by my claim on companionship and not on dreams of fear. I let them acknowledge who they are by not supporting their illusions through my faith in them. For if I do, I will have faith in mine. If I have faith in my illusions, my companions will not be released, and I will be kept in bondage to their dreams. And dreams of fear will haunt the little gap inhabited only by illusions, which I have supported in my companions' minds. So it's just reminding us to not join people in their illusions, because it will reinforce our own.
Yeah, which is why you should never give sympathy. Empathy, but not sympathy. Sympathy, make the dream real. You join them in it. You get sucked down into the delusion. Empathy, you understand, but you don't buy it. That's the difference between empathy and sympathy. You understand, you can be kind and caring and compassionate, but you don't believe it.
Don't join the story.
No, don't join in the whole story.
Yeah.
So you remain, you zoom out and you remain clear and calm and somewhat detached from it all. Even while you're engaging in, you might be talking to someone, teaching them, helping them, whatever, but you don't buy their story.
Yeah. Okay.
And that liberates both of you from the story, your own story and their story. Because any story is egoic. Any story is made up of the ego.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, good. Okay. So where are we? Number 5. Be certain if I do my part, he will do his. So, where are we? Elaine, you okay to read now?
Yes, because it's now just come to the end.
The football conversation happened.
Yeah, they're just talking about it now. So I can do this, yeah. I am certain if I do my part, he will do his, or he will join me where I stand. Call not to him to meet me in the gap between us, or I
Okay, so
must
let's
believe.
remember we're translating it to plural. So I'm certain, I'm certain that if I do my part, they will do theirs, for they will join me where I stand.
Call
I
not.
do not call to them to meet me in the gap between us, or I must believe that is my reality as well as theirs. Keep that small. So I do not call them to meet me in the gap between us, or so maybe instead of or otherwise might be one. Otherwise, I must believe that is my reality as well as theirs. Okay, cannot do their part. Carry on.
I cannot do their part, but this I do when I become a passive figure in his dreams. Instead of a dreamer of my own, identity in dreams is meaningless because the dreamer and the dream are one. Who shares a dream must be the dream he shares, because sharing is a cause produced.
Because cause is produced by sharing. Who shares a dream must be the dream he shares, because a cause is produced by sharing. Well, how about because sharing anything produces cause. Okay, so read it from the top.
I am certain that if I do my part, they will do theirs, for they will join me where I stand. I do not call to them to meet me in the gap between us. Otherwise, I must believe that it is my reality as well as theirs. I cannot do their part, but this I do when I become passive figure in his dreams, instead of a dreamer of my own. Identity in dreams is meaningless because the dreamer and the dream are one. Who shares a dream must be the dream he shares, because sharing anything produces a cause.
What's he saying in that one?
Well, we just don't go along with the dreamer. If we share the dreams, then it just produces a cause.
So we're in a
Yeah.
shared dream as humans apparently living in this world, and it becomes a collective delusion. We all believe in it. This is why it's so hard to escape. because everyone believes in the dream. We share it, we reinforce it for each other, and so we make it into something real. It seems to have a cause. And those who question its reality are seen as crazy. And that's the collective hypnosis of humanity. Everyone's in the spell of the dream, and we confirm to each other that the dream must be real. Well, I see the tree, and you see the tree, so the tree must be real because we both see it. But we're both hallucinating. So neither of us are really seeing anything, but we share the hallucination. That's the position. Again, he's asking us to see exactly that's what's happening. And we're just dreaming a dream as our companions, and the only way out of that dream is to not share the dream, to realize the dream is a delusion. I can't share the dream. If I choose to share the dream, then it seems to be real. Then it seems to have a course. Who shares a dream must be the dream he shares, because sharing anything produces a cause. Okay.
I think it's very deep, this one.
And what this particular section? Or
yeah, I mean this whole the whole concept of not joining in the dream is good, but and not sympathizing but empathizing. It's, I mean, I kind of, on one level I get it, but I know that showing empathy is massively difficult, I find. And it's, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how, I understand the thing about being passive and not joining in with the story, but connecting with another through empathy is, I wish I could do it, because it's a beautiful skill.
It is a skill, yeah, exactly. So I've got a suggestion. Watch The Chosen, because it's demonstrated there very well.
Right.
The series made about Yeshua's experience, but very detailed. It's got like three series, and there's another 4 being made, I think. So all of his experiences that are detailed in the biblical stories, each one's like an episode.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a very detailed look, and in it he demonstrates empathy all the time. He demonstrates empathy is where it comes from, unconditional love.
Yeah.
So he'll show people unconditional love, no matter who they are, or what their story is, whether they're lepers or they a Samaritan woman or whatever. He just treats everyone the same. So it comes from that foundation of unconditional love, that he's communicating in his words and his actions, and it's demonstrated in the flesh, in these so-called real situations that are described in the Bible, and that's why his teaching lasted, because people were like, this guy's amazing. Wherever he goes, he spreads love. He spreads unconditional love.
Yeah.
Got such skill in how he does it in his human relationships. He's got such skill. He brings out the best in people, and people really feel valued and they warm to him. And that's why he could hold that whole. He had 12 disciples and the whole following. He held it all together through the unconditional love that he lived, and that was able to demonstrate time and time again empathetically. So he didn't believe people's illusions. They came to him, they were sick. He didn't go, oh, for you. He went, I have empathy for your condition. I understand you suffering, but you're only gonna, be free if I help you to free yourself from the illusion of sin and guilt. So he'd always say to them that your sins are forgiven. You'll see it. You start any healing with, your sins are forgiven, because you realize that was the cause. That was why people were sick, because of the belief in sin and guilt. So he started with the cause, and because they believed he was the Messiah and the Son of God, they believed that he actually could free them from the belief. And if he says I'm forgiven, then I'm forgiven. Then okay, Son of God himself has said that, so I'm free. And then something drops in the mind, and everything changes. The mind changes, the body's energy changes, the biochemistry changes radically, to such an extent that lepers are healed instantly, just by freeing themselves of the delusion of guilt.
I think it was about probably about 10 years ago, actually. We went to a Course in Miracles conference in the UK, and I was talking to one of the conference organizers ahead of time, and she said, "Oh, John, we could do with somebody that would go on stage and just be a participant in the process, in a process of healing." And at the time, I was going through a lot of problems because my eldest daughter wasn't talking to me and hadn't been so for a number of years. And I was really frustrated with where I was at and not being able to break this pattern. And I said, well, yeah, I'll do that. And I went on stage, and I did a session with Miranda McPherson, but I didn't feel touched. I didn't feel. I was maybe, I'm sure I was close. I didn't want to be. Maybe I didn't want to let go at that time. But there was a big part of me did want to let go. But it came to it did not feel like a satisfactory place that we got to. And I think it was because, she couldn't, either I was closed off or we couldn't quite get to that moment of empathy.
You didn't feel like that she had empathy for your predicament?
No, I didn't get that. But but getting that, expressing that empathy without getting drawn into it is it's what a hell of a skill.
Yeah, well, it's mastery. And if you can do that, then you're a healer on the level of Yeshua. So he had empathy for people's suffering. Otherwise, he wouldn't have, wanted to help them and heal them. But he understood at the same time that their suffering wasn't real. Suffering was all mind created, but understood that, well, okay, but for them it's real. It seems very real. So they need someone to help them out of their delusion. And show them unconditional love, show them this love that he's talking about, through his words, through his actions. And he was a master at it, which is why 2,000 years later we still talk about his experiences, and those are some of the best known stories in the world, the parables and his miracles and life experiences and so on, because he was an absolute master of unconditional love in action and empathy. So we can only learn. If we're not quite at that level, you can only go, okay, well, I'll keep working at it, trying to apply these teachings in my life, and keep studying his teachings, because this is how he did it. He did it through this, combination of the understanding the metaphysics. It's all an illusion. Sin and guilt aren't real. So none of the suffering is real. And then at the same time, a feeling, a heartfelt feeling. I think he really connected with people and felt their pain. Was like, I want to help. Otherwise, why would he have done what he did?
It's I think I see it as being relatively easy to see that people being sympathetic merely contribute to the issue. And I understand how I can, in theory, hold the space for them and not enter into that. But personally, I cannot find the words that express empathy.
Yeah, it's very situation specific.
Yeah.
You have to be guided. Yeshua could do it because he was totally guided. It's like, not my will, but thy will be done.
Yeah.
So the Holy Spirit's guiding all his thoughts and his words and his actions, and he just seems to know what to say and do. That's perfect. But that's he's a surrendered mind. He's let go entirely of his ego. So it's a work in progress. It's like, to get to that level, not many people in history have to get to that level. So that's why he was so extraordinary. But you just do your best and keep letting go, of your own illusions.
Yes, I think to have that ability to ask for guidance in that moment is and actually really go with it is the major.
Yeah. That's why we do the mind training. So, okay, I've trained, I'm prepared, and when it's needed, I can call upon it, and I can listen to the guidance, so that I get exactly what I need in the moment. Whatever word, whatever thought, and that's again where he leaves us. You look at this lesson. Let's do 363. And he leaves us in the charge of the Holy Spirit, doesn't it? I'm wholly aware now, every moment, and I'm my true self. You read it.
Can you show it, John?
Oh, sorry, I'm not sure. Well, I had to stop the screen share.
This holy instant will I give to you. Be you in charge, for I would follow you, certain that your direction gives me. Yeah. I am wholly aware now at every moment. I allow my true self to be in charge, and I follow only its guidance, knowing that it brings me peace. Yeah.
So what made Yeshua extraordinary was that he did that, like really did that, every moment.
Yeah.
To the point where he was just listening to the Christ self, the true self, which is why it was called Yeshua the Christ, because it was coming through him moment by moment by moment, so clearly and purely.
Yeah.
And because of that, it was, he lived an extraordinary life and made a huge impact on people, because he was so in the the Christ mind, and it came through him.
Actually, just as an aside, what about Elaine and Lynn? How do you score yourselves on being able to express empathy?
I think I can find it very easy to be empathic with people unless the subject is really triggering me. I think that's what happens for me. Yeah, I can be very empathic, but there's things I struggle with, like illnesses and things. For me, it's a subject I just not quite sure why I think why I feel so strongly about it, but to me, it's such an illusion. It's such a strong illusion, and such an obvious one for me that it triggers me. So I must have some fear of getting ill, regardless of feeling like I don't believe in it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if that makes any sense.
What you don't believe in? You don't believe in the person's actual physical.
No, and I can see that it's very real for them.
Mm.
And I know when people are suffering, and yeah, so it's a big subject for me, that is. And I have a friend who, oh dear, I mean, everything. I mean, she has really serious epilepsy now. I mean, she even had a wound taken out because, it's just, I won't go into it, but that stuff has really triggered me in the past, and it still does trigger me. And I feel for her. I know she's suffering. Yeah, I find the illnesses side of things harder. And emotions I can empathize with a lot easier. I think that's true. I think it is. I'll have a bit more of a think about that one.
It comes down to letting go again. You've got to let go.
Yeah, I
Empathy
think
comes from letting go.
Yeah, I'm the same as Lynn, but I'm probably got too much empathy. So it sort of crumbles me a bit, suffocates me. I've always been that way. Always, even since spiritual practice, I always feel for everything and everybody. So, yeah, so I've got to learn to sort of, balance
more
it.
detachment.
Yeah.
More detachment.
Yeah.
So it's a balancing act, in the illusion between letting go and saying, well, I don't really care at all. So it's all unreal. And then at the same time, having this unconditional love for this person or animal as one with you, as a companion on the journey who's believing in the suffering, although the suffering is not real. The seeming fact is that the person is believing in it, and so is suffering. So at the same time as knowing it's all a dream and it's not real, you empathize with their suffering and you want to help them to free themselves from that suffering.
Yeah.
When I was young, when I was a little girl, I can remember if I was near someone who was crying, it would make me cry. I could feel it, and it would make me cry.
Yeah, I understand that.
And I remember as I got older thinking, oh, I wonder why that was, because obviously as kind of the age I am now, I mean, I don't know if I still do it. I don't see people cry very often anymore. That's weird. Oh, that's weird. Didn't realise that. But when I was young, there was a lot of crying in my childhood. A lot. There's not now. That's interesting.
I think empathy, to summarize it, empathy is a combination of the head and the heart. When those are connected. So in your mind, I'm detached. I realize it's an illusion. I don't get sucked into believing in it. And at the same time, in my heart, I can feel unconditional love for that person. And if you can, do both, then you have this, quite extraordinary ability of empathy. But it requires, that you have opened your mind and your heart to the truth. So you would need to be the Christ, as Yeshua was. Be in that state of mind. And if you're not quite there, then welcome to the human race.
There's work to be done.
There's work to be done, exactly. There's more experiences, more letting go. It's all about learning to master these things.
Yeah.
So you just it's a work in progress. You keep going. I think John, I think men struggle more because we don't connect with our emotions as much. So empathic is all about feeling.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're more about thinking, then I can get the metaphysics and it's an illusion, but can I feel the love? Maybe not, because I haven't activated my heart chakra enough. It's still a bit blocked there.
Yeah.
So I can think it, I can get the idea, it's all an illusion, but I can't really feel. Women tend to have the opposite problem. Very empathic, I feel, but oh my goodness, then I just feel, and it, it's really hard, as you said, and it's like, well, I can't get out of that. Then I get sucked into sympathy because I've made it real, and the suffering seems to be real because I feel it. So it's a combination. You need the best of the feminine and the masculine. The masculine will go, I can just look at the metaphysics, I can let it go, I'm not attached, I can stay in this very clear, calm mental state no matter what, as I view these illusions. At the same time, I can feel the love. I can really express that in my words and my actions, while I remain in that clear, calm, detached state. And if you can do both, then you're the Christ, the Buddha, you're the awakened one. That's what they did. If you look at why they were so successful and why they made such an impact in their lives, both of those men I think they attained that state of, yes, awareness, and you can let it go, and yet there's this deep love and compassion in their heart, which people felt, and that was what made them great, because people could feel the love coming from it. That's not usual. It's not a normal state. So hence they go down as the Buddha and the the Christ, their avatars. So yeah, some those are just my thoughts on it. And I struggle with empathy sometimes too. She's like, well, it's all an illusion. What's the problem? What's the big deal? But for that person, it's not necessarily helpful to say that. So you kind of have to to understand, a deeper understanding. Then the prayer really is to be truly helpful. Ask, well, what is truly helpful for this person? Which is that great, prayer in chapter 2, I think, of the text. Helpfulness prayer, which is
I think women do have a much more natural feeling for other people's pain, and I think that is very, very much appreciated, and at the same time, I think it's a tightrope between empathy and sympathy.
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah, I mean,
it's really easy to get sucked in to sympathy.
Yeah. I do see women's feeling of connection with other people in their pain. Yeah, I know they're genuine about it, but it tips often, as I
Into
said,
sympathy. Yeah.
into sympathy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So it's, if you can do it, it's high level stuff. I mean, it's not easy to do, because it's the detachment that comes from understanding the truth, and it's an illusion, and then at the same time feeling this unconditional love for this being who is apparently suffering, even though the suffering is not real. You understand that the person is thinking they're suffering, they believe it's true, so then they suffer. And
I'd just be interested to ask Lynn and Elaine, when you are feeling somebody's pain, do you see it as empathy, or do you think it might be sympathy?
It's both.
Yeah, I think it depends.
Yeah.
Again, for me, I think if it's something that triggers my own personal stuff, I think perhaps I go a bit more into sympathy. But if I'm not involved in the story, and I very much can feel myself that I'm on the outside of it and looking in, then it feels like empathy. But I'll check in on that now. It's a really good question, because I've not considered it, so I will now. Good focus point.
Well, I find when it's empathy, you just guide it to want to help. You just want to help. So that, but when it comes to sympathy, then your emotions get a bit skewed. Whereas it's clear when it's empathy, you just want to help.
Genuinely help. So
genuinely want to help.
Want the healing.
It's a priority, but it's not. Emotions don't get in the way. That is just your priority. That's my experience.
I do see that in I see it in Sue as well. There is a driver to help.
Yeah.
That is instigated, and it does lead to very beautiful things.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Absolutely.
Sometimes also leads to exhaustion.
That's then, this is then when it starts going into the sympathy. Yeah, it's a tricky one. It is a balance. Yeah. Now I've been there where it's gone too far the other way. Yeah. It's a balance.
Or not appreciated. Do a lot.
I don't think it's even, you're not even bothered about the appreciation. You've got a one-track mind. You just want to get what, I don't know, you just want to do what's being told within. In fact, you don't even want any compliments. You don't really want to be the center either. Definitely not. Yeah, no, it's something within, isn't it? Lynn, I guess Lynn would know. Something within, but you definitely don't want any center of attention or anything like that.
No.
Well, that would be ego.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I think this helpfulness prayer sums it up very well. I'm here, John. So John, maybe read this for us. I'm here only to be truly helpful.
Yes, I am here only to be truly helpful. I am here to represent the pure formless awareness of perfect love within me. I do not have to worry about what to say or what to do, because this awareness will direct me. I am content to be wherever it wishes, knowing it goes there with me. I will be healed as I let it teach me to heal.
Yeah, that's good. That resonates.
Yeah, that would be, empathic, to stay in that helpful energy. It would be empathy, but to actually do it, you've got to also detach. There has to be a detachment from the illusions.
Yeah.
Like these aren't real. What I'm seeing is a dream. At the same time as I can be truly helpful in a dream, and I can help this person to truly heal from an unconditionally loving space. And if you can do both, then you're the Christ. It's as simple as that. Then you've mastered it. If you're able to do both. So not quite yet, then you practice. So you refine that to the level that people like Yeshua and the Buddha got to, which is why they were called the Christ and the Buddha, because they had this extraordinary ability to transcend their dream, knowing that it's not real. At the same time, they could be engaged in it and be really helpful to people in it. And they were able to do both.
Very good.
Hmm.
Time's getting on. We ought to kind of crack the rest of this, shouldn't we?
Back on, yeah. All right. Where were we? Number 6, I think. Number 6, I share confusion. Whose turn is it to read?
It's either me or Elaine.
Can't remember now. I think, did Lynn take my place because Dave was getting carried away?
Yeah.
I think she did. So you want to have a read?
Right. Yeah. I share my confusion, and I am confused. For in the gap, no stable self exists. What is the same seems different. Good night, Dave. Dave, can you take the dogs out? Oops, he didn't hear what I said there. What is the same seems different, because what is the same appears to be unlike. His dreams are mine because I let them be. Only if I took my own away, would he be free of them and of his own as well. My dreams are witnesses to his, and his attest the truth of mine. Yet if I see there is no truth in mine, his dreams will go, and he will understand what made the dream.
And if I perceive there's no truth in mine, their dreams will go. And they will understand what made the dream. Okay, so read it from the top.
I share confusion, and I am confused. For in the gap, no stable self exists. What is the same seems different, because what is the same appears to be unlike. Their dreams are mine because I let them be. Only if I took my own away, would they be free of them and of their own as well. My dreams are witnesses to theirs, and their witness to the truth of mine. Yet if I perceive there is no truth in mine, their dreams will go, and they will understand what made the dream.
Okay, what's he saying here?
In the gap, there's no stability. So their dreams can become ours and ours theirs while we're in this gap. So only if I take this away from the gap would I be free, and so would they be free.
Yeah.
What about the witnesses again? This witnesses is often coming up, isn't it? So
Yeah,
those are
my dreams are
examples
witnesses
going
to
on.
theirs. So what we do is we witness to each other's dream. And that's the nature of the shared dream. So I witness to your illusions, you witness to mine, we become witnesses to each other's, false illusions of reality. And that's what keeps us here. Everyone's witnessing to their own and to others' illusions. And the sharing of the dream makes it real. Seemingly impossible to escape. It's not impossible. It can be done if you're willing to accept the simple truth. And if I perceive there is no truth in mine, their dreams will go and they will understand what made the dream. So I become the healer because I don't buy into it. I don't buy into the illusion. And then their dreams will go and they will understand what made the dream. Yeah. So if you look at Yeshua's example, this is what he did. He perceived that there was no truth in the dream. And he was able to heal others because their dreams just went. They no longer believed in them through his example. And then these miraculous, instantaneous healings happened. That makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. So happy with number 6, moving swiftly on to 7 then. So I think it's Lynn again.
I think it's probably me, I think.
Is it you, John? Okay, yeah. Just can read.
You.
Lynn's like, oh great. Off the hook there.
I'm just hanging in here.
Just hanging in. Yeah, okay, well done. You're still here. How an hour and a half after you said I'm flagging, so it's good. Oh. All right, so John, if you can do the 7th, right?
The remembrance of perfect love is in both our minds, and it is one because there is no gap that separates its oneness from itself. The gap between our bodies matters not, but what is joined in it is always one. No one is sick if someone else accepts his union with him. Could that be him with a capital H?
Yeah, gap between our bodies does not matter. What is joined in it is always one. No one is sick if someone else accepts the union with You wanted a capital H where? Him.
No, I was looking at that the word them just before your number 4, actually. I was going to put him there, but yeah. No one is sick if someone else accepts their union with them.
Was the sick? Just to be clear, the sick one.
Oh, is it? I'll just read that from the top. The remembrance of perfect love is in both our minds, and it is one because there is no gap that separates its oneness from itself. The gap between our bodies does not matter, for what is joined in it is always one. No one is sick if someone else accepts their union with the sick one. That jars.
Hmm?
No one is sick if someone else. No one is sick if someone else accepts their union. Accepts their union with the sick one. Oh, blimey. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the him, or them.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
say them,
Yeah.
it can maybe get confusing because you've got
Yeah. You
their
got
union with them.
too many sicks knocking around.
No one is sick if someone else
No
accepts
one
their
is
union.
sick if someone else says- Yeah. Okay. Got it.
You can leave it as with them if you like.
Yeah.
No,
That
that's
is-
the no one is referring to.
Yeah. Their desire to be sick and separated. Their desire to be a sick and separated mind cannot remain without a witness or a cause. Yep. Okay. And both are gone if someone wills to be unified with them. Very beautiful. He has dreams that he was separated from his companion, who, by sharing not his dream, has left the space between them vacant. They have dreams that they were separated from their companions, who, by sharing not their dreams,
I'm not sharing. Has left the space between them vacant. The source comes to join its extension. Remembrance of perfect love joined.
number 6, isn't it? That says they have dreams that they were separated from their companions, who, by not sharing their dream, has left the space between them vacant.
Left the space between them vacant. And then the source comes into the empty space. So you empty yourself of the illusions, and you clear the space for the truth.
Yeah. Okay.
So emptying your vessel idea.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
do you want to read it from the top? Let's make sure
Yep.
we could
Yeah.
the translations and then
Yeah.
summarize it.
The remembrance of perfect love is in both our minds, and it is one because there is no gap that separates its oneness from itself. The gap between our bodies does not matter, but what is joined in it is always one. No one is sick if someone else accepts their union with them. Their desire to be a sick and separated mind cannot remain without a witness or a cause. And both are gone if someone wills to be united with them. They have dreams that they were separated from their companions, who, by not sharing their dream, have left the space between them vacant. And then the source comes into this empty space to join its extension, that the remembrance of perfect love.
Empty space, maybe. Or its extension. Remembrance of perfect love has joined. Okay, so thoughts on that?
I mean, it's saying the same thing in all these paragraphs, really. That if we join with our companion and don't see if we connect with our companion, we don't focus on their problem, we see them as perfect, and ourselves also, then whatever we need to do or say will emerge.
No, good summary, I think. This was exactly how Yeshua did it. This is how he healed. He overlooked people's illusions. He didn't accept, what they believed, and so he inspired people to believe in another reality. When they did that, in the moment, they were healed instantly. Okay. Any other thoughts on number 7? Can we move on?
Yeah, good to go.
Okay, number 8, and then where are we? Number 9 and number 10. So 3 more to go, I think. So 8. Who would like to read that, Lynn or Elaine?
Yeah, I think it's my turn now.
Right.
But I do need it a bit bigger, please, Jono. Sorry, I really can't see like everybody else can.
Okay, that's all right. So then. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, so just reading the alternative. Remembrance of perfect love's function.
The remembrance of perfect love's function is to take the broken picture of the extension of pure formless awareness of perfect love and put the pieces into place again. This innocent picture, healed entirely, does it hold out to every separate piece? I don't get that. Does it hold out to every separate piece that thinks it is a picture in itself?
It's an innocent picture. It's highly healed. So let's just switch to it. Offers, shall we say? Offers this innocent picture. It's highly healed to every separate piece that thinks it is a picture in itself. That's the nature of the dream. We think we're a picture unto ourselves. We have a body, self-concept. Yield to every separate piece that thinks it is a picture in itself. So we think that we are somehow independent, special self-concept is a picture in itself, rather than just another image in a dream. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. So number 3, to each it.
To each it offers his identity, which the whole picture represents, instead of just a little broken bit that he insisted was himself. When they see this picture, they will recognize themselves. I share, but do not share. My companion's illusion.
Evil dream.
Is it evil dream? Is it that bad? If I do not share my companion's evil dream. This is the picture that the correction will place. Oh, I can't do it when it jumps. I'm too tired. Where's it gone?
Yeah, I'll highlight it for you.
If I do not share my companion's evil dream, this is the picture that the correction will place within the little gap left clean of all the seeds of sickness and of sin. And here the source, will receive its extension because its extension was gracious. So
Yeah. Thoughts on that one?
I think it means it's just reminding us to not see ourselves as separate. Because if we do, we fall into those negative thoughts and beliefs and evil dreams and believe they're true. But the truth is we're actually all one and we're all connected and we're not separate.
Yeah, so actually quite a simple idea. So I don't share my companion's evil dreams, then we are free together. I free my own mind, I free them, and we wake up together from the dream.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so happy with that.
Okay.
Move on to number 9, penultimate paragraph. So, out of a prayer, thanking my source. So, 9 is whose turn is it to read?
It's Elaine if she's ready, if she wants. But
Yeah. I thank you, my source, knowing you will come to close each little gap that lies between the broken pieces of your innocent extension. Your innocence, complete and perfect, lies in every one of them, and they are joined because what is in one is in them all. How innocent is the smallest grain of sand when it is recognized as being part of the complete picture of pure formless awareness of perfect love's extension. The forms, the broken pieces seem to take meaning nothing, for the whole is in each one, and every aspect of the extension of pure formless awareness is just the same as every other part.
Yeah. What's he saying here?
Well, every fragment, every piece of sand, we are all just holographic. We're all part of one. And that one is innocence, perfect, and pure formless awareness. So we need to thank our source who knows this little gap and its broken pieces. So we have to realize that every part is part of one, and it's all innocent.
This world is a symbol of the brokenness of the mind.
Mm.
Right? So we see these seemingly separate bodies and living separate lives, going their separate ways, doing all these insane things. It's the broken pieces.
Yeah.
I mean nothing, for the whole is in each one. Every aspect of the extension of pure formless awareness. Every aspect of the extension of perfect love, walking the same as every other part. Just read it from the top, right? If you don't mind, just make sure we got that translation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oops. Bit of commotion going on. Oh, oops.
Okay.
Just so I know, just,
You need to go sort that out.
yeah.
Okay. So we'll skip that then. I'll just mute you. In fact, John, if you can read it, and then read number 10 for us.
Yeah. So which one? Where are we up? Sorry, we're not up to number 10 yet, are we? No.
We can just let's just go on to number 10. I think we've done number
Okay.
1.
Okay.
Oh.
So I do not join my companion's dreams, but only join with him. And the source is where I join its extension. Who seeks for substitutes when they perceive they have lost nothing? Who would want to have the benefits of sickness when they have received the simple happiness of health? What the source has given cannot be a loss, and what is not of it has no effects. Then what would I perceive in the gap? The seeds of sickness come from my belief that there is joy in separation, and giving it up would be a sacrifice. When I do not insist on seeing in the gap what is not there, only corrections result. My willingness to let illusions go is all the healing of the perfect love's extension requires. It will make the correction of healing where the seeds of sickness were, and there will be no loss, but only gain. It's nice.
So thoughts on that? What's he saying?
Yeah, well, it's saying that when we really get that we are not separate and don't buy into the separateness that our companions seek, then we can start to bridge the gap and see that there is no benefit in sickness, either of ourselves or others, and that what we have is perfect. You know, there is nothing to lose. Um, and only corrections can, our life can only be dominated by corrections. When we have this willingness to be healed ourselves and have others healed.
And a good example of this was Yeshua's life. He was a master teacher and a healer. So he helped many people to heal through exactly this method. He's telling us how he did it. He always corrected his own mind first. So someone would come to him apparently sick, and he wouldn't see the sickness. He wouldn't see them as sick, guilt, no sin, no fear. Whatever they believed him, he didn't believe it. There'll be no loss, but only gain. Very simple, straightforward. He's just saying, let go of your own illusions, and you free not just yourself, but you free your brothers, free everyone into the truth of pure form, source, perfect love. Okay, so happy with that. Looks like Elaine's dropping off. Good night, everyone. Great session. That was a good one. Thanks, Elaine, for joining. So yeah, let's just do the personalized executive summary. A couple of 3 paragraphs, and the key message is to summarize it, and then we'll call it a night. So, Lynn, if you can read, can you read paragraph 1 for us?
This section explores the concept of shared dreams and illusions, particularly related to sickness, fear, and separation. Accepting awakening for myself means not supporting another's dream of sickness and death, not sharing their wish to separate, and thus not allowing their illusions to have effects on me. There's a highlighted distinction between the dreamer and the dream, emphasizing that while I stand apart from the dreams, I do not stand apart from the dreamer. My companion and I might be engulfed in each other's dreams, becoming illusions without identity. Yet our real companionship resides, excuse me, in the reality and mind, not in these illusions.
Okay, any thoughts on that?
Just seems the same as what's being said before, that it's not good to join people in their illusions, their negative illusions, because it makes it real. But we can still be connected. We're all connected, so we remain connected and empathic, but don't go down the slippery slope.
Yeah, and that's how you heal.
Yeah.
You care enough to feel and express unconditional love, but you realize that the person's dreams are not true and not real, so you don't perpetuate them. You and trying to help the person to shift out of them, because that's the true healing.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, so it's a very, I mean, he goes into it in great detail, but it's a very simple principle. You know, we share the dream, we share illusions, but so because of that, we can also share the truth. And we've always got that ability. And the healers of this world are the ones who don't believe in the illusions, and they focus on the truth, and they help people to wake up to that truth in their own awareness. Those are the healers of the world.
Yeah.
Okay, so happy with that one. Let's go swiftly on to the next paragraph.
I can find certainty by refusing to participate in fearful dreams, preserving my true identity and distinguishing the dreamer from their dream. I should not support my companion's illusions, as this ultimately inhibits both of our freedoms and reinforces a false reality limited by fear. The understanding that our minds are joined in companionship, despite the illusions presented in the dream, is crucial in maintaining the bond without being entrapped by each other's fears and illusions. So it's saying here that by recognizing our true identity, we further our own journey and that of our companions, because we don't buy into any false reality whatsoever. And continuing to recognize that we are joined is forward.
Despite the illusions presented in the dream, a sharing healing rather than sharing illusions. All right, happy with that paragraph. Last one. No, second last one. It's 2 more. Yeah, Lynn, if you can read that number 3 for us.
Remembrance of perfect love is an omnipresent essence within both our minds, unifying them without a gap, transcending physical separation. When I refuse to participate in a shared evil dream, this pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is the source of my being, heals and unifies everything, replacing fragments of fear and illusion with wholeness and truth. I appreciate this source and the innocence within every fragment of its extension, providing a foundation of unified, unconditional love. My role is not to join in my companion's dreams of pain, but to unite them in reality, where the source exists, ultimately enabling a path of correction and healing in which there is no loss, but only gain.
So what's he saying here, this one?
So more than just not connecting with them, but if we can assist them to reconnect to their true self.
not to join my companion's dreams of pain. That would be sympathy, but to unite with them in reality, that's
Yes.
pure forms the oneness of perfect love, reality.
So just
Okay.
by being open-hearted to them and loving, that will help guide them.
Yeah, very much so. Because you're showing them another thought system that they've forgotten, chosen to deny. So you become the agent of that in this world. And then their own belief kicks in. So Yeshua, when he healed people, he said, it's not really me doing it. It's your own faith that's made you well.
Yeah.
Just a catalyst for that faith, the return of that faith to your mind. And then, it's that belief that has made you well. Really is emphasizing the shared nature of the dream, and therefore the healing that's possible through that shared nature of the dream. It's a very simple idea. As I perceive others, so I perceive myself. As I heal others, so I heal myself. Okay, and then just a key message, which is a very high level awareness, executive summary, just a short paragraph to kind of wrap it all up.
What shall I read it? Navigating through shared.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay. Navigating through shared illusions of fear and sickness, I seek true companionship by distinguishing between the dreamer and the dream. I discover unity and healing in the remembrance of perfect love by refusing to participate in fearful dreams and accepting a reality where the source envelops everyone's mind in its pure formless awareness of perfect love. Yeah, that sums it up nicely.
Yeah. So this is all done by AI. No, I didn't write. It was taking me ages. So I was like, okay, there we go. Once it's done the translation, just say, okay, we'll summarize it in 300 words. That's the first one, and then in 50 words, and then I might edit it a little bit, but generally it's pretty good.
Remarkable. Yeah.
Yeah, so really impressed with the ChatGPT. It's called. It's an AI bot, so it seems to be understanding the course and be able to. It even writes its own version of the course. Told Sean about this. Like it gets to a stage and it says, continue generating. Then it just does its own thing and it starts writing its own material.
Weird though. There's something weird about that.
It's not translated. It's just like going on its own tangent and writing its. Yeah, no, but it's good stuff. It's like in the same tone. You wouldn't know if you read it. You go, really, is this? Because it's the same style, the same tone, everything. So it's another channel for the Holy Spirit.
Yes, that we read 2 or 3 paragraphs a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? And it was very good.
Yeah. So I might save those offcuts. So it's when I'm doing it and like it doesn't quite finish, and then I say continue generating. It's like, okay, where did that come from? Because it's not in the course. It's done its own thing. It's just written it. So fascinating, really. So you see this it's a channel, another channel for the Holy Spirit. Correctly used. Okay, so
Thank you very much, John.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank
So it
you,
does it.
Jono,
Yeah.
and John and Elaine.
Yeah.
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
no, well, thanks for staying until the end. It's good, long session, a good one. Some really, as you said, John, some deep concepts.
Yeah.
Simple, but you know, it goes to like, well, am I doing this? You know, how do I show empathy and not sympathy? And how do I be a true healer?
Mm.
Well, the principles are here. He's giving them to us, but to actually apply it is the trick. To actually do it in practice,
Yeah.
which, you know, if we can, makes us the Christ. You could do what Yeshua did. You know, you be at that Christ level, which is a very, very high level of awareness and operation in the world. So yeah, just keep working and going. Well, I'll just, you know, do my best to apply these things, and it's an iterative process. You know, slowly, you learn, you grow, you improve.
I'll keep an eye on that empathy, sympathy thing for sure.
Yeah, you got to be vigilant.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
very easy to get confused.
Yeah.
And the way to tell, I think, is, you know, do you have disturbing emotions? Emotions that are disturbing, then it's sympathy. If you're not disturbed, you're at peace, you clean and clear and above the battleground, as Yeshua puts it, and yet able to engage and talk to the person and be truly helpful from this clean, clear emotional state, and that's empathy.
Yeah.
I think those, you know, that's the essential difference. And you know, empathy invites people to join you above the battleground. In sympathy, you're drowning with them. Like, you can't save anyone if you're drowning with them, can you?
No.
No. So that's the key difference.
Thank you, Jono.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lynn.
Yeah. Thank you
Yeah,
both
yeah.
so much.
Thanks for staying till the end. I mean, that was Lynn, you don't do a session for months and then suddenly you're like into a 5 hour.
I always do it, don't I? I always do that.
Oh, we always end up at like 11 o'clock in the graveyard shift, which, but you know, it's all, it's great stuff.
Great.
So
It's great. Thank you
good to
very
have you
much.
back, and hopefully see you next week.
Yeah. See you all soon. Bye-bye.
Cheers,
Okay.
Lynn.
All
Cheers,
right.
Namaste.
Namaste. Okay. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks, Lynn. Okay.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Jono.
Well,
Bye.
okay. Namaste. All right. So that's a wrap. Thanks to everyone who joined. A good session, good discussion, some deep concepts. I think the key messages, as said here, that we must distinguish between the dreamer and the dream. We must heal our companions by not buying into their illusions. So we buy into their illusions, that enslaves both of us. So rise above the battleground, look, you know, beyond their illusions, at the same time as being empathic and being able to be truly helpful. That combination of detachment and engagement would make you a Christ, as Yeshua was, as people like the Yeshua and the Buddha were great healers, empathy, huge empathy for people, and yet able to detach and realize that, you know, people's dreams are not real. So it's the essential message. Thanks for listening to this, joining the session, John and Lynn and Elaine. And if you'd like to join us soon, just click on the link below that I've put to join the Masterclass on Sunday, which is in a few days' time. You can join one of these live sessions directly and experience it for yourself. So thanks again, and namaste, which means true self, the true identity, and me acknowledges and honors that same true self, Christ, true identity in you. Peace.